Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the first session on technology, innovation, and digital economy. So, first of all, I was here thinking that I'll be moderating the session on globalization and economy. So, I've been asked to sit here among a lot of people who are working in the technology sphere across the globe. So I feel I'm completely underskilled. What we propose is there are 5 panelists here present and 2 other panelists joining us online. So we propose to have about 5 minutes to each of the panelists. That will take about roughly about 35 minutes, and the remaining time we can take questions on various subjects. So everybody know that technology is something which is constantly emerging, and earlier we used to say that what technology we know after 5 years, what technology will be the prominent after 5 years would not even have born today. But today the things have changed very rapidly, that with the intent of artificial intelligence and other things, and every week, every month, things are evolving, and in this kind of a evolving area, how do we survive, how do we keep ourselves abreast with the latest development of the technology, and everything we are doing with the technology, so how this can be leveraged. And as everybody knows that Kerala has its own limitations in the growth, especially in the manufacturing sector, for its own difficulties. And we always take pride, and we always also propose that technology is one area where Kerala can really leverage the international opportunities and use that facility for taking our economy forward. So that's an area where we have all the panelists here. So I would like request Mr. Alexander Verghese to start with his thoughts on how emerging trends in the international level can be leveraged for taking Kerala's economy and Kerala's ecosystem forward. Thank you.
A very good morning to all of you. Extremely happy to be here today, and every time I visit the campus, it's always get a great feeling. Though my stint with Ivanus was only just 1 year, where I did my second pre-degree, but after my graduation, I've been very well connected with the ecosystem with Ivanus. Happened to be on the board of Studies of the English department for some time. Then I'm also on the governing board of the Basilius College and so on and so forth. And we also have a lot of partnership with the academia, and Basilius has been one of the very good partners where we have been able to do some excellent work in the area of technology and innovation. When actually Sriyak informed me about this topic and his willingness to invite me, I was a little, unclear in terms of I will be in town to attend this, but I blocked my calendar to be here. Extremely happy to be here. If you talk about innovation, technology, and digital economy, it's increasingly become very critical for economic growth and the survival of the business. You see, there is a rapid shift happening in terms of the technology. Whatever we used to think as niche, moving to commodity, historically takes a little longer time. But with the coming of all the new technologies, the shift happening from niche to commodity has actually shrunk very much, which also requiring continuous innovation for the survival of the business. And I used to wonder, in the olden times, we incubate a business, we scale it up, then 10 years later, 15 years later, either technology or some other product come and disrupt you. Today, that paradigm has shifted completely. If you don't disrupt your own business, you'll be out of business very soon. So, I also wanted to talk a little bit about the traditional Indian economy, where if you look at the 3 decades before this era, we used to have a heavy dependency on agriculture. I think all the traditional Indian economy was purely agrarian, village, artisan-related economy, where the growth was very slow and so on and so forth. But if you look at this era, the way India has actually grown in the last few years has been phenomenal. And if you go back and look at how we got there, and recently we've been moved to the 4th position in the global economy scenario to a market cap of around $4.19 trillion, lot of influence, and it's been fueled by some of the innovation and the technological lead that we have taken boldly by the country. And we can actually debate on those things and how it has actually influenced some of the core sectors where we think there is a huge development. Healthcare, agriculture, retail, energy, banking and financial services, all of them kind of aggressively adopting those technologies and accelerating their own growth. But when I look at even the 4.19 trillion, we just scratched the surface on some of the, I would say, some innovation, some adoption in the technology. But the entire 1.4 billion people and the rural market is yet to be explored. And my friend Koshi has been recently involved in building the ONDC platform, which will probably, help us to grow much faster. But today, if you don't have a flavor of technology, and if you don't have I would say a philosophy of innovation in our own field, our own business, your business is not going to survive. And every day we see a lot of change happening. With the AI coming, it's actually, I would say, not even double. It's putting a lot of pressure on every business. It's a lot of pressure on what we know so far. It's putting a lot of pressure on in terms of what need to unlearn and what need to learn new. Because as he rightly said, we don't know what's the new technology which is going to disrupt the current technology in the near future. And today the business houses operate in such a way that we don't know what we are going to do in the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years time frame. Because what used to earn revenue for us today probably may not be there in spirit and future. So it's absolutely important for us to inculcate that spirit of innovation, because earlier people say that innovation is welcome, but now the philosophy has changed from innovation is welcome to innovation is expected for it to survive. And few decades ago we used to say that oil is the basis of the economy. When this technology landscape came in, it changed that data is the new oil. A few years later, we said data along with the chips, the semiconductor chips is not going to be the new oil. Now we say that it is the data, the chips, and the AI is going to be the new oil for the growth of the economy. And how the challenge that all of you have, or all of us are going to face is, how do we create an ecosystem and fuel the growth of the next wave of the country or even the state, leveraging this data, AI, and semiconductor chips, and the devices that we encounter each and every day. I think it's going to be very, very interesting and a lot of learning, irrespective of the age, irrespective of your experience, but tomorrow is going to be driven by the world of technology. And I'm extremely excited to be here today. I'm sure that my colleagues will deliberate on a lot more in terms of how this will impact some of the sectors where we are investing and we need to invest, and what we need to do in terms of grassroots level learning and implementation of certain processes so that we always have an edge as we go and fathom this. Thank you very much again for this opportunity. Looking forward to the interaction.
Thank you for sticking to the timeline. And two words. One is disruption and innovation, where I think these are the two takeaways from your inputs. So I would request Mr. Koshi to take this forward and put forth your thoughts on this.
Good morning, dignitaries on and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It's really an exciting feeling to be here after I don't know how many of almost 30, 35 years of having graduated from this campus, and at this time the campus had very few buildings. And it's really a complete sea change of what I see around. So let me just quickly jump into my thoughts on how I see the world changing in this new world of digital economy. You know, we have 7 continents on this Mother Earth, and now we are creating the 8th one, the digital continent. So what are the learning that we have from the physical continent that is still forming some foundations of what the changes that's happening in this fast-moving digital economy? If you remember the modern economy after the Industrial Revolution and Reformation a few hundred years ago, in every developed countries, we had one or two few large monopolies, which had a stranglehold on the whole economy. If you remember, East India Company, which ruled the whole world, was a single large monopoly who was maximizing the interest of their shareholders at the cost of the whole of the economy. Later, when the Europeans took over practically the whole continent of America, in the early stages, we saw some few large monopolies building up. Standard Oil, AT&T, all of them had very high stranglehold on the total economy. And the policy makers realized that while it is really bringing a lot of new technology, innovation and everything, it may not be the best thing for the larger economy and to the large number of business, small and medium business enterprises that is coming, because it will get strangled by this big business. So the world thought about regulatory approach. If you remember, in 1870 or something, Americans came up with Sherman Act, which essentially was trying to address this stranglehold of concentration by few enterprises, asking Standard Oil and AT&T and all of them to break up. While the Sherman Act came in 1870, the first real impact came only after 100 years. You know, when the Bell Labs were broken into 4 baby bells. But across all continents, this became a serious matter of concern of monopoly and their stranglehold on the economy. In India also had MRTP, which got transferred to something new. But the whole idea is how do we ensure that there is a more equitable growth of economy. But now we are coming into the digital world. You know, actually, digital world started as a very democratic place. If you remember, some of you are old enough to remember how internet started. Is that, the TCP/IP as a format may enable multiple machines across the continent to talk to each other. But later when Tim Berners-Lee came with HTTP, that is what changed internet as it used to be, something that every grandmother in every corner can now use. Because it doesn't matter. It's a standard protocol, it's free, you don't have to pay anybody a rent or a license fee. And innovators on top of it has found enormously exciting ways to communicate. And same thing happened with email. It doesn't matter whether I'm in Gmail, you are in gov.in, doesn't matter. We all talk to each other because the protocol in between talks an open standard. But by the time it came to commerce, by the time digital revolution started having strong influence on commerce across the globe, the world took a different turn. If you look at, they all created platforms based on proprietary technology. If you look at, in every domain, if you look at, there are 2 or 3 very, very large enterprises who come with humongous amount of money power to take control of the domain. If it's consumer product, you have in India, Amazon and Flipkart, US, you have Amazon and like your Flipkart's mother company, Walmart. If you look into mobility, you have Uber. In India, we have Ola, Rapido, and anywhere in any economy, you will have a couple of them doing. You know, the economy was stranglehold by proprietary technology. Same thing, you know, if you look at the business, there is two sides. One side is money and the other side is commerce. And the proprietary technology was holding both sides in their stranglehold. So India in that way has taken a very interesting leadership there. First with the money side, the money payment side, it came and said, let me create an open standard, what they call UPI, Unified Payment Interface, which was started as an idea in 93. In the last 12 years, it has now become the bedrock of financial transaction. In India, which used to have one of the lowest number of digital transactions globally, now has the largest number of digital transactions, forming more than 50% of the digital fast payment happening anywhere in the world. Even US and China added up together in the number of transactions, we do more than that. That is all because of the idea of an open protocol. But that was only on so now that we've succeeded in the payment side, we said we need to also look at the goods and services side. There again, the world is struggling, and most of the developed countries are trying to attempt a regulatory way. US has what they call America Innovation and Choice Online Act, which has been started by Biden about 5 years ago. Even he brought a very powerful woman as a Federal Trade Commission chairperson called Lina Khan. But even now the regulatory approvals, etc., is going through its slow process, about 4 to 5 years. Still nothing has happened fully, but it has gone forward. The Europeans have something called Digital Market Access Act. Same, if you look at both of them, tried to attempt one single thing. Concentration and associated practices which are not at the best interest of the economy. Specifically, it is practically killing all small businesses. It's not that they are not bringing innovation. They are bringing fantastic innovation, but all innovations are meant for the interest of those few large companies looking at maximizing their interest, their shareholders' interest. And that's why, while developed countries went the way of regulatory approach, we in India decided to take a different line. As you all know, we are all very familiar with what UPI did. It sort of practically transformed the whole world of payment. What we used to do, something like 250 million transactions a month, 6 years ago, we do almost 19 billion transactions a month. And that has really helped us for the banking penetration to really change significantly high in India. We used to have about 8 years ago, 18% of banking penetration. As per all the international studies of the economists, they felt that it is going to take about 42 years for us to reach more than 80% of banking penetration. But the open protocols and digital public infrastructure like UPI and Aadhaar and UPI and e-sign all together helped us to reach this more than 80% of banking penetration in 8 years' time. Yeah, I'm keeping my time. So, and that is why this open idea of open network we started here in India, and the open network digital commerce is been a transformation in that line. It is going to give humongous amount of innovation potential for our industries here, and I'm sure that the policymakers will make sure that it happens. Thanks a lot, and we'll see again. Thank you.
Thank you. One takeaway from what you have spoken, you've taken us through the evolution of how technology and digital economy has developed. And one major change of shifting from the proprietary nature of the systems to more open source and interoperable systems have made that very high digital revolution is something I would take it as a takeaway from your input. Now I would request Mr. Biju Alex to talk about the most spoken thing of AI, and that is something which is presenting to us as a big opportunity as well as a big challenge of taking away large number of jobs. So how do we leverage the developments in AI and try to take advantage of that in Kerala's economy, as well as how do we take it forward? Thank you.
Good morning. Distinguished guests on the panel, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to stand in this dais speaking to you. I studied in Maravanias as a pre-degree student, started in 1980. After that, I did my BCom and then passed out in 86. So since then, whenever a chance to get to alumni, to the old associations, we always get a chance, we meet, talk to each other, and keep that communication lines open. I'm based in Dubai. I work for Ingram Micro. Ingram Micro is the largest IT distribution organization based in US, across the world. And it's a technology distribution system, and we reach up to 90% of the global population. So it is across the world, the footprints are across the world, and I manage the IT system, IT application, IT area in the Middle East and Africa region. So that is the part of my introduction. Now, it is a common understanding or a common worry to an extent how the newer technologies are taking over, how it's going to impact. And everybody knows we also belong to the older generation. So when it comes to the new technology, new platform, the biggest worry is how especially the AI part, as the panelists previously spoken, today it is AI. Yesterday it was chips, it was cloud. I mean, so many things was there, and now today AI is the word. And it is indeed impacting. It is indeed affecting various areas. It is not just as a technology. It impacts not just IT professionals, it impacts every other sector, every other society, whatever in the society. So we need to be aware about that. It is not actually, there's a lot of worry that AI is taking away the jobs. In fact, a lot of new jobs are getting created in that sector. So when it comes, especially from the UAE part, I can tell, being part of the UAE for many years, see, currently the non-GDP, oil GDP is around 11% in UAE. They plan to grow this up to 20% by the 2030. So there is a forward vision from the rulers and the government of UAE to embrace the newer technology and then get it adapted so that they are not left behind. So what is needed? Because what the AI today can take up a lot of legacy manual systems what we are doing. It can take out your support, technical supports. It can impact your even data entry and some of the legacy standard systems what the people, because being from Kerala and with the huge technological manpower available and a good population in the Gulf countries, especially in UAE and in Dubai, the people need now to change. So there are a lot of unlearning, and then learning needs to happen. Because then you pick up the new technologies and then adapt. Even it can come to an HR. HR area is going now a big way to the AI automation. A automated AI system can sit inside your organization and analyze the inefficiencies and even suggest the newer ways. So the jobs are not being taken away, but what we need to do is we need to unlearn relearn the newer technology because we need still the manpower behind this to make it working. So the shift in skill is a requirement. So once you learn and unlearn you need to bring the AI literacy into the minds and learnings. So this all needs to start from the universities, from the colleges. It's not just only a degree or an engineering graduation is enough now. You need to have the analytical skills, you need to have the technological skills so that you get a chance to apply that in your new environment. So that is the challenge. So even as I told you, the upskilling and reskilling legacy IT professionals are encouraged to upskill, so that they can use the newer technology with vast knowledge of people like us who were in the IT industry for many years. So we ourselves need to do this exercise to stay, or anybody coming up to stay in the market. There are new opportunities coming up with the AI technology, the machine learning ops, there are engineering with AI. These are the ones which is the need now for the new generation as well as for the existing legacy team. So this is what I want to highlight because that is a talk. So be in this industry or in any industry, we need to get adopted to the newer technology. There are various platforms available for that. People needs to get it because otherwise we will not be able to stay in the challenges. So these are the opportunities. So I just want to summarize that AI is not eliminating jobs. It is transforming them, especially for legacy IT professionals in any country, especially in UAE or in India. The future lies in adaptability, continuous learning, and embracing the emerging technologies. So this is what I want to give as a piece of thought from my side. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to stand here and speak to you. It's a pleasure back in this platform, and hope to see you and meet you all soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One or two takeaways from what he has, his inputs is the need for continuous unlearning and relearning, as well as he has made a statement that AI is opening up huge opportunities. However, how this opportunity has to be tapped, that is something we will come to it in a while. We will now request Mr. John Thomas to speak about the impact of manufacturing. Before he starts, I just want to take a minute that out of the three sectors of economy, Kerala has been always in the forefront and largely we thrive in service sector. While we cannot, any good economy cannot ignore the manufacturing and secondary sector. So he will be talking about what are the latest trends, how technology is impacting the manufacturing sector, and maybe a little bit on how Kerala can leverage this technology in the manufacturing sector, where labor intensive and land intensive things are a difficulty here. So how do we leverage the technology in taking manufacturing sector forward in Kerala? Thank you.
First of all, good morning, everyone. Thank you to the distinguished members of the panel, honorable guests, students, faculty of this great institution. It is a special honor for me as an alumni to be standing before you in this particular auditorium, right next to the hostel where we spent our formative years several decades ago. This is where we learned the basic skills of the trade. This is where we, the first experience of being independent, and this is where our dreams were kind of formed and forged. So my background, I work for a company called Emerson. Emerson is an industrial automation company. So basically what we do is support industrialization. When companies establish manufacturing, we are a major player in creating automation solutions. So our tagline, autonomous or beyond, automation is a core function of the company and one of the major aspects of our innovation kind of roadmap. Boundless automation is our tagline, and that kind of defines the company's focus. As we look at the way the world is evolving today, especially in the midst of all the tariff-related disruptions, or even actually going back about a couple of years, COVID-related disruptions, which has kind of really kind of spearheaded some of these changes. There is a reallocation of resources globally and redistribution of the manufacturing kind of footprint. Early, if you look at 50 years ago, US, Western countries dominated. It slowly shifted to Japan, moved to China, and now the focus is on countries like India. For a company like Emerson, India is a big part of the expansion strategy, not only as a major area for our kind of sales operations, but also as a source of raw materials, as well as building our innovation infrastructure. So we've been in India for a very long time, for the past several decades, but over the past years we have significantly expanded our footprint. We have built fairly large facilities in places like Pune, Nasik, Chennai, and we continue to expand. And our strategy is to double our output out of India over the next 5 years. So as we look at this type of manufacturing kind of coming back to places like India, there are clearly some challenges. Obviously, most of you are aware of kind of logistics. India has one of the largest cost of logistics. As we look into the past couple of years, some of the challenges that we see in bringing materials from India over to US or Europe is all the disturbances in the Middle East and the significant impact to our cost. So the port here in Vizhinjam and investments, overall transportation infrastructure is definitely going to make a big difference. The general perception is that the Indian logistics cost is about 12-14% compared to 8 or 9% in developed countries, especially in the US. So that's a big impediment. But at the same time, I think there is also other aspects around the kind of the manufacturing ecosystem that China has really excelled. There's a lot of support services that really keep not just labor, but the labor productivity, things that contribute to labor productivity, that China has invested very heavily, that really needs to really take place in India as well. Kerala has a fairly significant role to play in that as well, especially in the field of logistics. So the way we look at investments in India is that it's really going to grow at a very fast clip. But at the same time, there are some significant challenges that we have to kind of address, either from creating the right labor pool with the right level of productivity, but also in investing in automation. So which is where Emerson as a company plays a bigger role. So as other companies come into India and set up shops, companies like Emerson are going to play a big role in automating, in creating those kind of competitive cost structure, not just based on cheaper labor, but also by increasing the productivity of labor. So I look forward to the discussion for the rest of the session on how the kind of things that we as a company can do in spearheading that change, but also looking forward to inputs from the rest of the panel on things that's happening in their space as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So focusing on logistics, especially, and that's also one challenge Kerala has. Road network and rail network is a challenge here. So maybe the port is one thing, Vizhinjam port and all those areas are a great opportunity for Kerala. So two takeaways from your input is, one is increasing labor productivity with the help of use of technologies, and you have given the example of China, which has tremendously changed the manufacturing scheme in the world in the last 2 decades, and focus on logistics. Now, already we have had just an idea about the opportunities that are there in the AI. So now I request Mr. Sibi to talk about how these opportunities can be really reaped, we can reap those opportunities, and what should we do in our skilling and education ecosystem to take best advantage of opportunities presented by AI. Thank you.
Hope you can hear me. Good morning. Welcome all the attendees here and the fellow panelists. It's an honor, and I'm really enthused to be here after 40 plus years, finishing my pre-degree and then going to the nearby engineering school. This education, my memory is that the fees at that time would have been like 50 or 60 rupees. And if you look at the return on investment for people in Kerala, is unbelievable. That's a fees my parents would have paid here, and maybe 100 rupees for the engineering program. If you need to do something similar in Stanford or MIT or any of the Western schools, it's like close to $500,000 to $1 million. So how the world has changed, and the opportunity by leveraging talent, I think all of us are examples here. The topic today is all about artificial intelligence and how it's going to impact our lives, and how it's going to impact education and the future talent pool that we have here. If you look at the history of business, the most profitable and the most sticky revenue streams happen through software, last 50 years. There is no other business, no other industry generated the cash flow that was generated through software. And in the next 20, 30 years, that's going to accelerate with artificial intelligence. And it's very hard to fathom the change. The reason is that our human brain is wired to think very linear. These changes are exponential. So in that regard, what can folks like academia, government, and students can do to face the reality? I think the demand of the industry versus what the academia produces is completely disconnected, and what the governments think it is are completely disconnected. So the newer education system will focus on combining math and biology, creative studies combining with sciences. So the new programs will be the way to adapt to that change. There is a saying, decisions create destiny. For the younger generation, the framework to make decisions will become more and more important as the world becomes more volatile and unpredictable. The other theme that I see among students is figuring out a way to connect the dots, understanding fact patterns. The way cryptocurrency was developed is by understanding the fact patterns. Governments print money. Nobody knows how much money supply comes in. Dollar or gold played the reserve role, and they disrupted that. Today, crypto is like 5% of the global economy or global financial output, I would say. Global financial output would be around 500 trillion, around 2 trillion is driven by crypto. So these are examples for children today to think about and envision how they face the world. The simplest way for a child to learn about it, buy a digital stock at whatever smaller amount they can afford and understand the changes that are happening around it. Digital is deflationary, it reduces the cost, but it also reduces the labor. So prepare for tremendous amount of unemployment in the future, even though new jobs would be created. It also impacts mental health because human expectation versus reality, there will be a disconnect. So the next generation need to be prepared to face that and drive the growth. Lastly, if you look at Kerala's balance sheet, it's the people, it's the talent, and then also the agriculture part of it. Both are going to gain tremendous advantage through AI, and the state can benefit out of it. Imagine 10 years down the road, the whole state of Kerala will be run by a few hundred people pushing all the paperwork. So that's the way you could imagine. Thank you so much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. You have highlighted the disruptive change or the kind of difficulties that can come up and how students should be mentally prepared for taking this shock that can come from that gap between expectation and reality. I think that is one message that the students sitting here in the institution can take it forward. And another thing is that you have also highlighted how the overall education system and overall, not education system, overall learning systems outside the education sphere also have to be prepared for this kind of challenges. Now I request Suja Chandi, who is present online, to share her thoughts about how technology is going to change the world and what are the kind of challenges we would be facing. Over to you, madam.
And there's a lot of great discussion that's going on digital disruption. Unfortunately, I could not be there in person as I'm currently traveling outside of Kerala. To introduce myself briefly, I play a dual role at a company called Zafin. We have actually an office here in Trivandrum as well. We are a global banking technology player that helps banks transform and innovate their product and pricing strategies. And we use an AI-powered platform to do so. So when I said two dual roles, I'm the India leader for Zafin, and I'm also their Global Chief Sustainability Officer. Now, my personal connect with Evanios goes a long way back. I studied at Marivanios for my pre-degree, but my earliest memories go even further back. My father, Professor Dr. M.J. Gandhi, he's retired now, was a professor of chemistry, and he built the R&D department for chemistry for Evanios. So as a child, college felt more like a second home. I would be taken to the college. I used to sit around in chemistry departments, speak into their labs, explore the library, a lot of visits to the canteen. So it really allowed me to soak into a vibrant collegial environment. So it's really a pleasure to be here. Now, we are here talking about tech disruption, and some of my other panelists touched upon a lot of the things that are happening in this space. I like to actually, while we know about the global disruption, focus a little bit on Kerala itself. That is our backyard. We are here, and it's the future that is already underway, and that we need to prepare our kids and future generations for. So, as you all know, it's changing. We live, learn, govern. But where does Kerala fit into this picture? So the good news is that we start from a place of strength, in my opinion. We are a digital literate state. We have over 60% digital literacy. We said that 99 out of 100 people in Kerala have internet. That is the highest in. And 98% of our students have access to mobile phone or a smartphone. So that is a huge foundation. But success alone, the access alone isn't enough, right? We now need to turn literacy into digital fluency. And that fluency, we will need to change into jobs and entrepreneurship. And a lot of work has been done by Kerala startup and working with the government. But in terms of employment and creating job with these students or employable talent, still requires a lot of work. So this means that we need to create a lot more hands-on exposure. Invest in more public-private partnerships and create stronger pathways from college to career. Recently, we signed a memorandum of understanding with College of Engineering, and that was basically to give students real-world training in AI or cloud or product development. So, as we scale AI or digital, we need to stay thoughtful. Technology must include, not just exclude. It must build trust, not just speed. Kerala has always been high on value and intellect. So if we apply both to our digital journey, we can lead not just responsibly but quickly, and I'm looking forward to the conversation. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Ms. Suja. With this, we complete all the panelists of this session. And overall, we have what are the takeaways? We basically spoke about how disruptively the technology is ever changing, and the need for continuous unlearning and relearning to remain relevant in the system and relevant in our jobs. And this is one lesson that all the students of this institution or the management and faculty of the institution as well should be keeping in mind, that what we get in the college will not be enough to survive us even for the next few years in a profession. So students should be largely taught about how to learn, how to relearn, how to keep continuously learning in their lives, as well as they should also be prepared for various challenges and many times loss of job and the loss of not able to meet the expectation. That is one of the takeaway from this from what panelists have been said. Second takeaway is that while we talk about loss of jobs due to AI and changes in technology, but that also opens up large number of other opportunities. If we remember about decades ago when computer came, when we were all talking about loss of jobs, and finally we realized that also brought a lot of jobs. And today, large number of jobs are coming in the IT and sectors related to computer. And finally, this is an opportunity for the Kerala where the entire education system, especially the both primary as well as higher education system, should reorient its overall approach towards understanding the fundamentals, not just rote learning or learning, but to understand how things can change, and you should be prepared for whatever kind of changes. So I think these are the, and one of the panelists also emphasized on going a little away from the bookish knowledge and learn these things, especially in financial literacy, learn these things by practically doing it. So I think these are broadly three categories of learnings or takeaways from this session. So since we have another 10 minutes left, I feel we can take a couple of questions. Any questions, please? Yes, sir. Mike.
This is regarding AI as far as Kerala is concerned. Many of the panelists mentioned that AI is going to create job in the future in various sectors. But in Kerala, primarily, our engineers and technical people related with IT, they are mainly software coders, not in the high end of the technical area. So AI is supposed to diminish the scope for coders in the IT field. Then how is it that is going to impact our technopark, our info park, and our setup in Kerala? So particularly considering Kerala's situation, isn't it going to be very harmful to us? The expression many of our panelists mentioned was otherwise. So what exactly is going to happen? That's my question.
Can I take that?
Please.
Thank you for the question, because I keep getting this question every day, because we have a large pool of around more than 10,000 people in Kerala at the moment. We actually, if you look at the last 3-4 decades of how the IT has evolved, it has actually gone up and down. A lot of things that we used to do in the past, we are not doing anymore. But if you look at artificial intelligence, it's been there for a long time. In fact, I remember correctly, we learned in our engineering school about artificial intelligence. But there were limitations in using the AI because we didn't have the, I would say that capacity or the processing power to process the data. But the technology and the innovation actually has taken leaps forward in terms of creating affordable infrastructure to process the data. But a decade ago, I just wanted to clear your mind in terms of whether it is going to impact the people or not. 1/3 or 30% of the revenue for most of the tier 1 companies in India used to come from testing practice. We have lots of manual testers and so on and so forth. If you today look at a minuscule of that testing practice is done manually, and that particular revenue has come down drastically. None of them did lose their jobs. So they have learned something new which is going to be more relevant. So I think it's extremely important that while AI will disrupt some of the traditional models of engagement, but it will create more and more jobs.
every day what we hear from customers is, can you do for less? That means there is more work. We've been mandated to bring in the efficiency and improve the utilization and so on and so forth with technology. They're not going to say that my business is not going to grow in the next 5 years because, of AI. Every business house wants to grow 10%, 15% organically every year. And they are leveraging technology to do that. Today, the three fundamental blocks of that technology, whether it is the compute power or the data or the language models, which will create the artificial intelligence and the business analytics for them to, fast track their business and grow much faster. So the only thing is, in 2 years time frame or even 6 months time frame, none of them will be called as software engineers, database architects, and so on and so forth. New titles are evolving. Data curator, AI ethical engineer, prompt engineers are some of the new titles which are evolving. And there is a tremendous scope of those roles coming forward, because it's not that easy for anybody to go and use AI unless you have a data which is probably going to be the backbone of your business. So there is a perception, because the disruption is happening in a very, very short span of time. But that understanding the playbook for the next leap of that growth is going to be extremely important, so that you can learn something which is relevant for you to be considered as a team player in the coming ages.
Thank you, sir. I would like to add 2 points. Number one, like sir has asked about the coders losing their job. Unfortunately, that is one possibility. There are only 2 solutions to this. Number one, whoever are losing their job or going out of the market should reskill themselves into the new job roles that are emerging. And unfortunately, the way the AI is changing these days, it's also not very easy to predict what kind of job skills will be available in the next 6 months or 1 year down the line. So this has another message, especially for the educational institutions. I'm not sure whether Marivanus College is running a BCA program. If you are running, or those who are running a BCA program or BTech Computer Science, we should now start teaching our students not about C++ or not about coding. We should actually looking at problem solving skills, and also the skills as to how to look at a problem, break this problem into smaller issues and find solutions. And ultimately, any decision making is that. And if we can teach our students this basic skill, programming, coding, or language learning, everything can come on its own. So I think that is one major takeaway we should be looking at while looking at our educational systems. So we can have one more question, please.
Hello, check. Thank you very much. My name is Ajit Israel, and I've been all over the place. I was the youngest CFO of Manipal College, Manipal Medical Group in Nepal. I appreciate Alexander sir and Jafar sir's outlook towards how we can upskill. I was in a meeting where we were all getting together to set up the live membership for Amicos. And Madam Meera George, she was the one who stood up and said that Marivanus should be the knowledge hub. And that brought me to a thing to book. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And that brought me to blog a URL called mycuriosity.com. This will enable every kid. There was a guy in the last huddle global at Ravis.
I'm sorry, what is the question which you want to raise
in
the context of
my question. I'll tell you. Dear sirs, see, we all talk about AI transforming and then we are people losing job. Have we ever thought that if we can upskill, as you rightly said, and the government, the public sector undertaking, and the private PPP model come out with a curriculum where people can then be upskilled, The Technopark has 35 to 40,000 people. Okay? And same if you go to that other place in Kochi. That's all I have to ask.
I can take that question because I've been working in two sectors. I worked in education sector as well as in finance. So industry connect, where private organizations coming and fully getting involved in designing the program, fixing the syllabus, and also deciding how this program will be delivered, how much relevant this has in the future is a very much necessary thing. Recently, I have been involved in such kind of designing a BCA program where a particular private company has been given the responsibility of running this program, and they asked two questions on every unit, every topic in the syllabus. First question is, how important is this topic in your university examination? 1, 2, 3 marks. Second question is, all these engineers having worked for 30 to 40 years in the software coding line, how long or how much you will use this in your future work as a software engineer or in software? So again, each topic has been scored 1, 2, 3, and based on which they decided that these are the topics we will just teach for passing the examination. These are the topics we will concentrate for being successful in the future life as a software professional. So we cannot escape from this, and that is one of the major problem we talk about our education system, that it is lacking the industry connect, and any education system should have this. I fully take this point, and with this we are running short of time, so we cannot take any more questions. So we will be closing this session, but I just want to point out one point which was made here when he was talking about 40 years ago what fees he has paid in Marianios College and the return of investment. So I was looking at the data of industries across the South Indian states, and I found that number of industries, number of investment, number of employment is very low in Kerala. However, whatever we are investing, the return of investment we generate is the highest among the industries in Kerala. I thought I'll put it forth here. With this, I thank all the panelists and the management and members of the Amicos for giving all of us an opportunity to be here and talk about a very important topic. Thank you all.
A word of gratitude to the moderator and our esteemed speakers. Your presence has made this event truly special, and we are so grateful for your thoughts and insights. To show our heartfelt appreciation and gratitude, we would like to present a small token of our love to each of you. May I invite the convener of the Business Summit, Mr. Cyril Joseph, to share the details.
I request Sri K. Muralidharan, former Minister, MP and MLA, and prospective Chief Minister of Kerala to come on stage and hand over the mementos.
Thank you, everyone. Amicus, the Association of Marvelous College Old Students, stands as a living testament to the enduring spirit of Iranian pride. Amicus proudly presents Globalization and the Kerala Economy, Pathways to Prosperity, a summit where experience meets innovation. As we conclude the first session of this momentous gathering, we now stand at the threshold of a truly significant occasion, the inaugural ceremony of the Global Business Summit. With deep respect and joy, I humbly invite your Beatitude, Moranmur Basilis Cardinal Clemis Catholicus, to the dais. I also request Sri K. Jayakumar IAS, President of Amicus, and Professor Dr. Meera George, our principal, to the dais.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Jafar, the esteemed moderator of the session, and respected panelist, Sri K. Muralidharan. I don't add any designation to him now. Respected brothers and sisters, it gives me great joy to be with you at this auspicious moment as we celebrate the Platinum Jubilee of Marivanius College. The business meet includes inviting experts and esteemed panelists from different parts of the country and of the globe to share with us what is to be done with priority in mobilizing and stabilizing our economy. And I am truly grateful to the organizers of our Platinum Jubilee, our own Amicos, for having thought of inviting our own intelligentsia available from their experiences and from their commitment as well, in sharing with us what is the best available before us. As part of this great family of Marivanius, dear panelists, we are proud of you for your wonderful commitment in your own respective field, which you have shown in and through your perseverance. Marivanius has grown considerably well during these 75 years, and this is one of the witnessing and attestation of the same. Having a global business meet and having the courage to call the best experts in that field to discuss about economy and economic growth for our country, and the morale and the serenity and the individual freedom and interdependence, combining a bright and stable economy. Amicos is unique. As members of the Amicos family of Marivanius College, you are entering into a new phase of global creative thinking for a smooth functioning of the society and enabling everyone to touch the relevant realities of life. Dr. Jayagumar is here. He's our president of Amicos, very young, very committed, very active, and we are proud to say that he belongs to our family, Mary Vanier's family. Dr. Meera George, the efficient principal of Mary Vanier's College, and the team of teachers, and our entire friends and well-wishers have come together to celebrate this Platinum Jubilee with a global thinking. Joyfully inaugurating the sessions of today, thanking the Lord for His wonderful blessings from above in keeping all together in saying, Mary Vanier's is our alma mater. I joyfully declare the business session of the day open. Thank you and God bless you.
No, it is out of place because the Beatitude has already spoken his inaugural and presidential address. Still, it's my duty to extend a hearty welcome to our Beatitude on behalf of the Amicos Committee and the Global Business Committee. I extend a very hearty welcome to Beatitude, our patron. It's all because of his blessings that we were able to conduct this program. We feel privileged. We are always obliged to you. And also extend a very hearty welcome to all the panelists and moderators who have come here. We are deeply obliged for all the trouble that you have taken to fly down from Dubai, US, and all over the world to come and address us. Thank you very much. We consider it as a rare opportunity for the students especially, and we are privileged to have you all here. Thank you very much. We had invited Professor James Patro sir on behalf of the Retired Teachers Association. I'm sorry, the inaugural session had to be cut short because of the paucity of time. James Patro sir, he will address in just 1 minute.
Beloved students, my colleagues, I was listening to the panelist. 3 things crossed my mind. 1, that we have a lot of achievers from among the alumni. 2, had Donald Trump have been here, he should have snatched some of the panelists away for his advisory council. 3rd that came to my mind is the Wordsworthian line, child is the father of man. Alumni acts as an outlet for refilling station to rejuvenate and recharge yourself to take forward you across life. When I see the achievers, what crossed my mind was the Australian shepherd who won the marathon race at the age of 61, running 3 days and nights without sleep to reach the target. He never had any practice in racing. He used to run after sheep for days on end to protect them from cyclones. Some of the achievers sitting down here must have encountered cyclones, landslides, floods, orchies, but you have overcome because of your determination and commitment. It is these nurtured values that have glued you to this college. You are great ambassadors of this college. The ambassador's business is to build up goodwill, build up the institution they represent. You have been wonderful. That you have a living testament of human potential, the panelists particularly when I saw them, that your support has elevated the college and the NAC has rated it as A++, and the college is standing on the precipice, on the cliff of being declared a university. If his beatitude shows a green flag, Marivanius College of today will be a Marivanius University tomorrow. And as I'm given just 1 minute, let me all enlist your support in elevating this university into college into a university. It's all because the management, the alumni, the teachers and the public have worked in tandem to elevate the college to the level of the university. Thank you very much. We seek your support for the future efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now commence session 2 of the Business Summit entitled Globalization, Investment and Economic Development. We look forward to discerning perspectives and intellectually stimulating discourse from our distinguished panel of speakers. We are honored to have Sri K. Jayakumar IAS, the former Chief Secretary of Kerala and the President of Amicos, as the moderator for this session. With his vast experience in public policy and economic governance, Sri K. Jayakumar IAS will guide the discussion with expertise and vision. Now I humbly invite Sir to the dais. With great honor, I invite our distinguished speakers for session 2 to the dais one by one. Dr. Nathaniel G.V., Director of Monetary Policy, Reserve Bank of India, a key figure in shaping India's economic direction. Sir, we are privileged to have you with us. C.S. Ashish Mohan, Secretary of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India, New Delhi, a respected voice in corporate governance and professional ethics. Sir, we are delighted by your presence. E.M. Najib, President, Confederation of Kerala Tourism Industry, with his deep involvement in health tourism and infrastructure development, Mr. Najib offers valuable insights into the intersection of healthcare and tourism. Sir, please welcome. Mr. Lalu Samuel, Chairman and Managing Director of Kingston Holdings UAE, a leading industrialist and a strong advocate for global business partnerships. Dr. Legha S. Chakrabarti, Professor at the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, a renowned economist and expert in public finance and macroeconomic policy. Ma'am, we are honored to welcome you. Last, Sri Santosh Koshi, Managing Director of Kinfra, a leader committed to driving industry development and infrastructure growth in Kerala. Sir, we warmly welcome you. Now, over to the moderator and the insightful panel to lead us ahead. Thank you.
His Beatitude, Basilius Mark, Klimas Baba Tirumeni, distinguished panelists, other speakers, we have a fairly tight schedule. I think we should be able to wind up in 45 minutes. Apart from the speakers here, we will be joined by two more speakers online. Mr. Lalu Samuel and Mr. Toby Simon will be joining online. In online, we don't have control over what they say and how long will they say, but then we have control over the switches. So I think in any case, we should be able to wind up in 45 minutes. I make my introductory remarks sitting here without standing there because to control myself. If I stand on the podium, near the podium, I'll be tempted to speak more. So I shall be very brief. This session is a very crucial session where we talk about globalization, investment, and economic development. When the idea of this conclave occurred to us, the one question which was in our mind was, what is it that Marivanius College gets out of this discussion? Of course, the Department of Industries or Government of Kerala, we can understand if they are organizing a business conclave, trying to explore business opportunities, investment opportunities. But what is there for a college? That question is a very interesting question because this college is also a microcosm of how Kerala thinks and Kerala is going to behave. Therefore, the students studying here get an opportunity to understand how the rest of the world thinks, how the business community thinks, how the investment climate works. All these things are very important for the students as well as for the college because being an autonomous college, they have, I think, fair amount of autonomy in deciding, I only say fair amount of autonomy in deciding what is to be taught, and there is some flexibility. Although national education policy gives some flexibility, considerable flexibility, I think that flexibility in designing courses is yet to be translated into action. Therefore, the purpose is also to empower this college and open new vistas of ideas and opportunities to the students studying here. Mostly vistas of opportunities, and not only opportunities but ideas. More than opportunities, ideas, because when we talk about an opportunity today, and by the time they complete their course and enter the market, that opportunity is gone. Therefore, what is important is to have a resilient mindset, to live with the knowledge that the world is changing, and I should be able to change accordingly and make the best of opportunities, changing opportunities. So that is the context in which this business conclave is being organized. Our particular theme, we have three sub-themes: globalization, investment, and economic development. I'm not going to talk about them together. I shall rather disaggregate them and say that on the globalization front, Kerala has done exceedingly well because even before globalization was formally thought about, we believed in globalization. Right from ancient history, we believed in globalization, and our export of manpower on a global scale was going on, and that creates intellectual, emotional globalization process. For that way, globalization is not alien to the Kerala mind because almost 1 in 5 or 10 houses, somebody is living abroad and they talk about the outer world. So emotionally, I think Kerala is a highly globalized society and even a networked society. And we have also received the economic benefits of globalization in a very big way. Then on the investment in Kerala, that is where Kerala has not kept pace with its available resources, particularly the successful entrepreneurs who have migrated from Kerala or even have become successful within Kerala. The general criticism is that investment is not commensurate with the opportunities and available resources because there are a lot of filters, intellectual filters of ideas saying that Kerala is not an investment-friendly state. I think that is a myth that needs to be undone. Maybe we may not be as you cannot expect the labor to be sheepishly obedient. They are aware of their rights. That doesn't mean that the investment climate is bad. In fact, we have our labor force is not a uncooperative labor force, but they are aware of their demands. So as long as you meet their legal demands, I think our labor force is perhaps better than anywhere in the world. So their awareness and sense of right need not be treated always as a negative sign. That has been the normal style of describing Kerala's investment climate. I would say that that is an easy way out, saying an excuse for not investing in Kerala. I think it is a time-barred excuse. You should find new excuses for not investing in Kerala, at least. But this is gone. And in fact, there are any number of investors who would vouch that being an intelligent state, investment in Kerala is far more easy, I should say. I'm not part of the government. I'm not trying to take a government line, but as a Malayali who have lived here, I would say that Kerala is not as difficult place to invest as it is made out to be. Of course, that doesn't mean that everything is hunky-dory. There is scope for improvement. On the economic development side, Kerala, as you know, because of the geographical constraints, heavy industries are not possible here. Chemical industries may not be possible here because the population density is so high and the pressure on land is so high. Therefore, we have to have our own customized industries. What are these customized industries? Kerala's economy has been driven by 2 or 3 drivers. One, of course, is our software exports, which has been doing well for the last 20-25 years, and it is doing fairly well even now. And of course, another major drive was the tourism industry in Kerala, ably represented here by Mr. E.M. Najib. And I also had paid my humble contribution in the development of tourism industry in Kerala from the 1980s, where we started marketing Kerala as God's own country, and we took to professional marketing of Kerala, and that has given us dividends by way of better infrastructure, huge private sector investment. To be anecdotal for a while, when we were in the tourism industry in the 1989-90 onwards, you will be surprised to know that we had only 2 5-star hotels in the whole of Kerala at that time. When we started in 89-90, when I became tourism director, we had only 2 5-star hotels. One was the Taj Malabar in Kochi, and another was the ITDC Ashok Hotel in Kovalam. That was all. We had only small hotels. Today, hotel investment is a fairly substantial investment is made in the hotel industry today. And food industry, for example, I think people eat all the time. And hospitality industry has made its mark. New destinations have arrived. And tourism, Kerala has become a very favored destination, not only among the foreign tourists, but also among the Indian tourists also. The large number of, you go to any hotel, it's all booked. So tourism has been an economic driver, and because tourism generates far more jobs than any other industry. Then thirdly, Kerala's economy has been thriving on the remittances from abroad. It has been erratic in the last few years. But then that also is a mainstay of our industry. On the export front, Kerala's traditional exports have been the breadwinners, particularly fisheries, particularly cashew, spices. These were the traditional exports. Of course, software has now taken an equally important role. But in the export front, Kerala has not diversified. Value-added exports is still a long way to go. Industrial production and agriculture production has not been as encouraging as it ought to be. Now, where do we go from here? World is changing. The new tariff war is re-scripting the world. We do not know what are the implications because it's in a dynamic. At the same time, when artificial intelligence is depriving thousands of jobs, it doesn't mean that it is all going to be darkness. New opportunities emerge. But then to grab the new opportunities, what is required is a new mindset, a new way of approaching things, and a new dynamism, which I'm sure governments will find it difficult to catch up with the kind of pace of changes. So governments have a much better, much larger responsibility today to equip our children and our bureaucracy to catch up with these very shifting sands of time. It is not like earlier. But there are traditional industries. I would consider tourism also as a traditional industry which should sort of reassert itself, because there is no substitute to tourism. On your internet you can see locations, but you have to go there physically. Therefore, tourism is one industry which will continue to prosper in the times of stress. In the days to come, it will prosper. And of course, we have to do a bit of homework here and there. Marivanius College has a tourism club and has been very active in these areas. Therefore, the students who have assembled here will be able to take note of the vast changes that are taking place in the country, in the world, and also customize their own attitudes and actions and behavior to get the best out of it. So let us all together make Kerala's economic development better and make it a very healthy destination to invest. I'm sure these are all bureaucratic. As a former bureaucrat, my lens it may still be colored even if I am retired, but then on the other side of the fence are you, very successful entrepreneurs and other people who know the other side of the story. So I'll take the discussion with this few introduction. Maybe Mr. Nathaniel will open the discussion.
Thank you for this opportunity, and that is an honor to be here, being part of this 75 celebration. And I belong to the 1996-2001 pre-degree and degree batch of economics. And before I start off, I would like to give a thanks to Marivanius College for giving me a chance. I say chance because in 1996, when my father, who is a pastor, came to the admission committee and said that we don't have much financial resources, but my son will do good in exams, the then principal, Anthony Epenser, said, just pay government fees, we'll not take anything from you, and gave me admission, and that's what made me stand here today. And then also to the then head of the department, later principal, Dr. K.M. Francis, who took me aside one day and told me that whatever you do in life, make sure that you do economics because it comes naturally to you, and that kind of gave me the direction that where I am today. And I'm also happy to be part of the 75th year, because during the 50th year Golden Jubilee, I was like one of those enthusiastic students. I was the secretary of the National Service Scheme, and we did a lot of programs, including building a house for the poor, and I can feel the excitement, and I'm so glad and grateful that I could stand here as an alumni representative on the 75th day. And before I start off my remarks, let me just tell that these remarks are my own, not that of the Reserve Bank of India, because I am part of the monetary policy department, and therefore I will only be speaking about things which are outside the realm of monetary policy. So our moderator has opened up with a lot of remarks which are very pertinent, and globalization, investment and economic development is the theme of the session. Since others will be speaking in much detail about what needs to be done at the micro level and detail, given their practical experience, I as an economist would thought that will set the stage with talking about four broad changes that are there, that's happening and likely to take the economy forward in the next quarter of a century or half of a century. And one of which we had in the first session, which is technology. The world is changing at a pace that we don't see that often. We get it every 100 years or 200 years, like the Industrial Revolution. The AI technology-driven change is going to change the world in a way that we have not seen in the years to come. Second is that there's a huge change to the way globalization played a role in developing countries' economic growth prospects. That's going to change. Third, there's a huge shift in demography that's happening. And fourth is the whole thing about climate change. Let me come to my first thing. That's about technology. Technology, if you look at the Industrial Revolution, it initially kind of destroyed jobs, but at the end of the day, when people said that all the mill workers are going to go jobless, now what will we do? But in about 20, 30 years, new jobs were created, and the number of jobs that were created by technology were more than the number of jobs that were destroyed. So from Kerala's point of view, we stand at an advantage because the AI-driven, technology-driven job losses are going to be on the physical skill side of the things, whereas the jobs that are going to be created are the ones which are going to be on the intellectual space or the jobs which require soft skill. Once we know the difference between these two, Kerala, because of this technological change, its comparative advantage is increasing. We were struggling to, go from where we were. So therefore, that's something which is very important. Now, if we want to get technology in to develop, what do we need? We need right institutions. I think there was a reference made to the payment revolution that happened in India with UPI now being the largest payment system in India. At the Reserve Bank, it was a conscious decision to set up NPCI, National Payment Corporation of India, understanding how bureaucracy can fiddle with the innovation. So it was set up as a separate company, and NCPI took over the innovation part of it and integrated the technology. Even though currency is the primary responsibility of Reserve Bank, now you can see the efficiency by which that UPI has become complementary to the whole currency ecosystem. So that kind of gives us the lesson that if you can set up right institutions, you are going to really benefit from this technological change. Globalization, what is happening? Since 2008, the pace of globalization has slowed down. It's not a Trump effect. If you look back, the world GDP's ratio to global trade has been constant since 2008. And then you also see that the number of protectionist measures that countries are putting in are increasing over the last 15 years. So we are going to live in a world which is going to be increasingly fragmented, and therefore we might not have the same kind of demand that comes from abroad. So there's a need to look for what are the demands that are inward. One of them is that the Kerala has not yet leapfrogged in terms of the industrial development. Now industries are becoming less carbonized, so our environment is going to be less impacted even if we attract industries which are more green, and therefore that's something which would kind of give this balance when globalization is kind of setting off. Let me just come to the third thing, that is demography. What is Kerala's investment imperatives given that the demographical change? The world west is aging, so is Kerala. Whereas the rest of the emerging world is actually becoming younger and younger. So 15, 20 years time, we are going to have the share of older people larger than the share of young people. Now, our investment intentions would have to take into account the needs of this population as compared to a growing population. So therefore, our objectives as Kerala move forward would have to integrate it with the demographic change that's happening. Finally, let me talk about climate. Kerala having a long coastline and having a lot of hilly areas. We hear these stories about 2018 flood, the recent landslide, and the erosion to our coastal line. All this we cannot keep on continuing to count them as one-off incidents. If we want to protect the productivity of our capital, which is the most important thing for your investment to grow, we need to set in mechanisms to make sure that we mitigate the effects of climate change on our physical capital. Because research show that as the economy becomes more susceptible to attacks on physical capital from nature, your overall productivity is going to come down. So policymakers would have to think about setting up mechanisms, whether in terms of insurance, whether in terms of keeping up sinking funds. I don't want to get into the details, but it's up to the policymakers to think about. But let me tell you that this is one of the most important things that we have to do at this current point of time. Now, where are we heading? Are we hopeless? No. Globalization, even though can slow down, it would, the labor has become more footloose, more jobs will find places where there is more efficiency, and gone are the days when lowest cost was the reason for which industries were set. Now it's the most efficiency, and what makes efficiency come up? It's the institutions, not just the physical form of institutions, social, cultural institutions, and for that, Kerala stands the best because we have invested in developing that ecosystem over the last 100 years. So I would like to conclude my remarks by saying that we are set to accelerate our growth. Thanks.
Thank you, Nathaniel. You are not only a good economist, but already economy of time. I think economy of time. You have covered such a vast spectrum in such a small time. Now I'll thank you very much for that, setting an example, even to the moderator. So now I'll request Sri Ashish Mohan to address.
Good morning, all of you. The moderator here and the co-panelists. I'm also extremely proud and privileged for being here. I was part of 1997-2000 batch, BCom batch here. And it's really a homecoming for me also. I thank the institution, this great institution, for having me here. And I'm really humbled to be here amongst these great panelists here. I come from the Institute of Company Secretaries of India, presently there as the secretary of the institute. So I would like to introduce my discussion on the basis of the governance aspects which are related to globalization, investment and economic development. My co-panelist has just shared very valuable thoughts on the emerging issues which are there globally with regard to climate change issues and all other matters. And this is where the entire governance aspect of the business is also changing. Kerala has always had, was very rich in its human capital, great literacy rates, great healthcare facilities which we have. But somehow we were not able to attract large-scale investments which were needed for Kerala. There could be many reasons for that. Now, what's happening I'll give you some interesting statistics. The entire investment pattern of the globe has changed. The global that is the institutional investors' value today, if you see, globally, it's amounting to, as on date, it's amounting to around $300 trillion US. It's the global institutional investment. And the investors' base is now spread across the world. So the kind of human capital which is required to manage this base is quite, it requires a lot of training, adequate facilities should be there in the state to meet these challenges. When we speak about climate change today, another statistics which very much, which gives a lot of attention if you search through Google also you will see, the annual death in India caused out of climate change and temperature rise is 740,000. Quite an alarming number. The food which is wasted, around 17% of the food which gets wasted amounts to around 8% of the greenhouse gas emissions. So this coupled with all deforestations and as my co-panelist was just mentioning, the challenges we are facing in the coastal areas is a big issue. Kerala has got one of, it's as rightly coined by the tourism directorate here, that's God's own country. Is truly a good God's own country because when I live in Delhi and I travel across the country, I see what Kerala possesses. Kerala has a huge advantage in terms of human capital, in terms of the quality of life here. But then why can't we use this quality of life to turn it into a great investment hub? I know that we may not be able to bring in manufacturing industries here, but we have strength in the service sector. We have strength in the financial sector. We have strength in the IT sector. We may need to work a little bit deep into it and make, a proper ecosystem where the institutions, the higher educational institutions are there. We may also be lacking somewhere in the higher educational institutions all over the state. Because I generally now see students traveling abroad or going elsewhere in the country to take higher education. So I think that is something which the government needs to look in. we need to have great higher education institutions across Kerala so that our students get trained here also. Today, dear friends, we have seen the businesses turning into three major concepts now. That is ESG, environment, social and governance. So these three aspects have taken a very, very big role as far as the business environment is concerned. Business is no longer just looking for profits. Internationally, the investors are now looking how the businesses is performing on the ESG parameters. There are businesses which were performing very well, but not able to give good indicators as far as environment is concerned, as far as social factors are concerned. So what are these? Environment, as I just mentioned about climate change and all other issues. Social factors include how the companies are engaging with the employees, the laborers, everything. So Kerala has got a very educated class, and I think it is only about how do we place ourselves in the global environment is going to be very, very important when these parameters are to be analyzed. And I think in these parameters, we stand far ahead compared to other states. But somehow, we are not able to project it as we should. That's what I feel. But I see a lot of, I'm very, very optimistic in terms of how Kerala is going to come up, because the kind of personnel we have, kind of resources we have, and the people who are coming from this state in different organizations definitely will play a very, very key role in making sure that these parameters are correctly brought to the notice. We also have seen that now with the Vizhinjam port coming in Trivandrum city, we have seen that Kerala can become the gateway to India. So this is where we should now target the anchor investors coming in, all the support systems to be there. We have a great, great facility, great advantage as far as environment and quality of life is concerned. So without disturbing those elements, we should make sure that the investments are made in green energy, technology, higher education, training institutions. We should focus on how our educated class are kept ready for employability. We have good institutions here, but somehow the gap between the industry-ready professionals and the educated class is quite wide. So this is also one of the areas which we need to focus. And I think other co-panelists are also waiting, so I don't want to take much of their time. So with these introductory remarks, I am really, really optimistic that Kerala will lead the global investments in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping your time and giving wonderful ideas. So now we'll listen to Shri E.M. Najib, who has been a doyen in our tourism industry right from the early days.
Good morning. My name is E.M. Najib. I'm the president of the Confederation of Kerala Tourism Industry, as well as the vice president of Amicos. I've studied here in 1972 to 75 for literature. I'm so happy that I'm associated with Marivanis College for the last several years, and this college gave me a good foundation for my business entrepreneurship subsequently. Moderator Mr. K. Jagabar, other distinguished panelists and friends. I'm going to talk about the growth story of Kerala. What investments have come in the last 3 decades in Kerala? What that investments have made, what changes in Kerala? We know about Kerala about 30, 35 years back. Probably we have seen a lot of red flags and negatives and strikes and so many unions and things like that. One fine morning, when Jaykumar became the director of tourism, he called a small group of people for a closed-door meeting and asked us, I was fortunate to be there representing the private sector, asked us how we can move forward to the tourism to international level. We have discussed and decided to project Kerala outside the country. And from there onwards, we start. But we had nothing. Probably what Jayakumar said about 2 hotels in Kerala, that is Taj Malabar and probably KTDC few hotels. There was few destinations were there, no roads to destination, no buses, no transportation, no private sector hotels, and from nothing we started tourism in Kerala. And what we have done is, the product of Kerala was the nature, the culture and heritage, and the cuisine. The cuisine, we know that we have Malabar cuisine, we have, Travancore cuisine and the Central Travancore cuisine. With this, we went outside to start projecting Kerala to the international exhibitions like WTM London and ITB Berlin and so many other exhibition centers. We brought out beautiful brochures about Kerala's nature. And from there, we have invited several travel writers to Kerala to see Kerala. When they came here, what we have done is we have given absolutely good experiences to them with the limited facilities. The demand has been created, the supply has come, and thousands and small boutiques, hotels and destinations have been developed, and tourism has become a major factor for bringing back the reputation of Kerala bring reputation for Kerala as well as create a new economy and new jobs and move forward. See, today, 12% of the GDP of Kerala is from tourism. 1 to 1.5 million jobs in tourism directly and indirectly. About 22 million domestic tourists are visiting Kerala. There are 2 million international tourists are visiting Kerala. This has been created only because the private sector realized that even though we are competitors, we have realized that we have to be together. And the government realized that they have to be with the private sector, especially in tourism. Probably that has not happened till recently in many other sectors. That partnership has really worked very well. Irrespective of governments and political parties, they realized to recognize the tourism industry and taken our opinions for making policy decisions for the tourism's growth. In the last 30 years, if you look at it, 4 tourism policies have come out. One is the Responsible Tourism Initiative, other is the Sustainable Tourism Initiatives, and other policies. The first campaign which Jayakumar started was the God's Own Country, which of course he is the father of, even though there are so many fathers claiming, but actually he is the father of God's Own Country branding for Kerala. And he has taken the pains with the support of Mudra Communications and coined this, and that branding brought Kerala into a limelight. And he has created a full page ad for the local people first to create an awareness that local people should understand the importance of tourism and support tourism. When the people come here, we should look after them very well. That has changed the face of Kerala, and what we are seeing tourism today is same. In 2002, to strengthen that, what we have done is, we have formed a society for Kerala tourism, Kerala Travel Mart Society. And that is, look at about 600, 700 entrepreneurs of Kerala, small and medium and major, coming together in one platform to work together to promote Kerala and to market Kerala. Every 2 years, we brought 2,000 people from all over the world, the business community here, and hosted them for 10 days in Kerala. For 3 days marked by B2B sessions, and another 1 week to Kerala to visit the different locations and places to have a direct experience. That has changed the face of Kerala, and we are completing about 25 years now, this society. And in 10 days' time, we are having a new, era, starting a new era of mice conclave in Kerala. So I'm saying, why I'm saying this today, and government, then probably Kerala started this first, and all the other states have realized the importance of tourism, and huge investments have been made by all the other states for tourism, and they also have tried and created partnerships between the private sector and the government in all their states. That is why tourism is growing in a reasonably good level in India. But Kerala has gone ahead, apart from, compared to many other states. And today, Government of India's tourism policy is to create world-class 50 destinations to start with. And the competition is going to be destinations, not from the states. Destinations will compete. The Government of India and the private sector will invest in that destinations and bring back, glory of tourism to the international level. So I'm saying this is a success story for Kerala. That same partnership has been moved into healthcare to an extent, not fully, because there is a tremendous scope there for medical value tourism, medical value travel in the healthcare sector. But a major about 25 hospitals which has come. I'm also the founder of KIMS Health of Trivandrum, which is one of the largest player in Kerala in healthcare. So healthcare, it's happening. Then, of course, IT is very well happening. Then, of course, other sectors, they are following. Industry, recently they started associating with the industrial organizations and moving forward together. So I'm saying this, we have a lot of perceptions issues and problems about Kerala. Everything is right, not right, everything is not correct. I fully agree with you. But if you do the business with a focus in Kerala, you can be successful, you can move forward, you can contribute a lot, and you have to be very sincere and focused. Effort has to be, you have to look after your employees and take it forward in the right perspective. And this is a best example. That such partnerships has come, and probably the outside agencies like the Chartered Accountants of India or the Company Secretaries of India or the Reserve Bank or any other organizations, they have to support in a very creative level for Kerala's growth story and investments in Kerala. Perception, you cannot change it because there are a lot of people working against Kerala. We can't change that. But what is a perception? When people come here, they have a beautiful experience. They go back with good memories, and they try to promote, and because of them, we have reached this level. I just wanted to say these two stories about healthcare and tourism, because I just want to create a very positive mind. But Kerala is not at all bad. Kerala is very good. We can really do wonders here. Thank you very much.
നജീബ് പഴയ കഥകൾ പറയും, ഞാൻ കേട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കും, സമയം അങ്ങ് പോകും കേട്ടോ. So I was waiting. So I think, thank you very much for a very nostalgic narration of what happened a few years ago. And now I'll request Dr. Lekha Chakravarti to address us. Professors are known for talking for 40 minutes plus 20 minutes discussion, but we have a constraint on time.
Thank you. So, respected Chair, distinguished delegates, and dear friends, it's a nostalgic moment for me here. I studied here in 1990 to 93, and whatever I am speaking here as an economist, I work with the Ministry of Finance think tank, research institute. So it's my personal opinions I am speaking over here, and the way I am molded in Ivanis reflects my talking more than what the heartless economists speak in Ministry of Finance. Because, as you have rightly noted, our chairman of the session, Professor Jaykumar, if you, look closely to what he speaks, it's a combination of intellectual, aesthetic, and kindness. So I think in Ivanios, as students, what we learn to be molded as the citizens tomorrow is this combination we should keep in our heart throughout the life. It's not just intelligence. You should not be in the center of excellence as intelligent people. You should keep that creative pursuits in you, and that aesthetics and the kindness. So we try that throughout our journey. And if you look at the constructions, how you measure innovation, the creative pursuits, as in the inaugural lecture, Reverend Beatitude announced that word beautifully. It's globalized creative pursuits. So that's the way we measure even the global innovation index. It has got many dimensions. It has got the knowledge capabilities, knowledge outcomes in terms of technology, but equally important is the creative outputs. So if you rank among all the educational institutions, I do believe that Ivanis, if you do this innovation index ranking for the students, you will come much above than any other institutes in India or the world, because these three dimensions, the way we are molded in the college, that I do adore. And I reached here after a glorious failure for my joint entrance exam. So my mother wanted me to become a doctor, but I couldn't. I failed. That was not my style, because I was carrying a Jula and sitting hours in library, but nobody could make it that she's academic. But now professors know the way, the aptitude of the students, and we mold them like that. If they are not for competitive exams and all, but they will think differently and they will make their life. So that's what. And when it comes to the economics, because I'm wired to think in terms of finance by my training, so we look into these aspects the panelists spoken about the Kerala economy in terms of a transition in the fiscal future, a transition in the climate, that, and also what you call as demographic transition. So these three transitions, the fiscal future, the demographic transition, and the climate transition, how do you maneuver this? That will be the outcome, in which we are trying to grow. But if you miss any of these components, we get it. And if you look at the climate, we know that there are a lot of studies happening on the blue economy. And in Delhi, very recently, we formed a department for fisheries. After this climate and adaptation communication, we started, thinking about the blue economy. But in Kerala, we started thinking about the blue economy much, it's much ahead than when the center thought about it. Another important point when we talk about the finances, the climate bonds initiative we have floated in Kerala, much before the center floated the climate bonds. In the financing pattern of the deficits, deficit is a bad word, I know, but I do adore that deficit is good if it is timely. A thematic pattern of the deficit we keep for the climate-related infrastructure. And that, example, Kerala led, and we had the climate initiative or the green bonds forever, or for the first time ever, before the center started thinking about the climate bonds. And Nadanil is from RBI. And when it comes to the public policy initiatives linked to economic development, there are a lot of tug of wars, like climate. It is nobody's baby. Because in RBI, chairman or the governor doesn't own that climate is my cup of tea, because they fear a reputation risk if they start talking about climate and not stick on to the basic mandate of the price stability. So now in the Ministry of Finance, we are getting, the ball is in our court to look and think about the climate financing. So the policy perspectives are very relevant when we form this, economic policies. And Ministry of Finance, what we do is ecological fiscal transfers. When we transfer the money to the lower level of governments, a portion we earmarked for finance and the Kerala, and there are a lot of debates about it. But this tug of war exists in the realm of the fiscal, the Ministry of Finance and the RBI, the monetary policy front, because nobody wants to own the climate, but we are signatory to many international commitments. Now, how to reach there? Many policies, there is policy uncertainty. On one side, in the morning panel, we talked about the capacity utilization and the upper bound where the manufacturing and industries and the infrastructure can reach. But the policy uncertainty is that The moment we talk about the green initiatives and the green goals, it is in contrast to the policy certainty which is required to the industry. How we are going to tackle this? Because we have seen that the capacity utilization of the manufacturing is down. We think that people are not up to it, but they have policy uncertainty in the mind in terms of what is a commitment of this country towards green, or should we be asked to, will we be redundant? So that, the constantly evolving commitments to the green financing, that is creating a kind of uncertainty over here, and we have to sort it out if we want to reach there. And I conclude by talking about two recent papers I have done with the Ministry of Finance peers. We looked into the question of what determines the investment in a country or in a state. What determines? As Professor Jayakumar pointed out, it's like acrimonious industrial relations is killing the perspective, the perception bias we have. But if you look at the data, what is the reason for the mandates lost? If you check the data, if you do an empirical backing to the analysis, the mandates lost may not be coming from the degree of trade unionism or the acrimonious industrial relations. So we need to understand where it is coming from before we say that it is the labor, trade unionism and the acrimonious industrial relations. And second, he has spoken about the students, like today's students is tomorrow's citizens. No, today's citizens when it comes to Mary values. So the creative pursuits and the thinking and the globalized perspective you have to have in the classroom, that is very relevant. And our textbooks, the macroeconomics which we are taught right now, it doesn't incorporate the global geopolitical uncertainties, the wars, the supply chain disruptions, all these things we are facing right now. And as rightly pointed out by the chief economist of IMF, it is high time to change what we are teaching the students in terms of international finance and the international public policy. So these are the changes which we can think of while talking about what the students need to be molded for tomorrow. And of course, land is my favorite topic, but there will be a panel for you to speak about the land, because it's an important thing. When we talk about the growth of an economy in terms of total factor productivity, labor is one thing, capital entrepreneurship, which I have already spoken, is yet another, but nobody speaks about one crucial input, which is land. So the reforms related to land, we are focusing on that in Delhi. A lot of talks about Vikasit Bharat and the different pillars which I am rightly working with the ministry. So the land, how to tackle the reforms, the futuristic reforms related to land is very crucial when we talk about the futuristic development. And I stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for keeping it to your time limit. And before we go to the online invaders, we will listen to Santosh.
Good morning to all of you. It's a very happy and proud moment for me. I studied in this college from 1982 to 85, and 85 July, in fact, I finished first year degree and then went to engineering college. So exactly after 40 years, I'm back again to the college for giving a speech on the government role about globalization. I only have fond memories of Marivanis College. Like many of you, I also have walked through the roads of Marivanis College. All my past teachers, my batchmates, my own participation in various art activities, contesting union elections, everything has shaped me to what I am today. So thank you, Amicos, thank you the management, and a special personal thanks to Mr. Sirek also. See, globalization, investments, economical development, everything is related to industrial activities, and the activities is directly or indirectly related to the government, and I represent government. I am supposed to talk about that. I am presently serving as Managing Director of Kinfra. It is the 7th year in service, and for the past 10 years, I am with the government. I would also like to tell that for almost 28 years, I was in the private industry in the form of an employee, an entrepreneur, and then at the age of 50 only, I shifted to the government of Kerala job. So I have both the experience. It was because of my own certain thoughts that I should work in government, I came to the government. Last decade, almost 10 years, and especially for the last 4 years, the investments, the industrial growth is outstanding in this state. I don't know whether how many of us really know that, but the investments and the employment generation which has come to the state of Kerala over the past 4 or 5 years is outstanding. In fact, it is just not the surge in employment or investments, but I feel what really stands out is the mindset of the investors, or the rise of investors to invest in Kerala and grow. That is something which has really changed. I wanted to say something, but I think my dear friend and brother, Mr. Najib, already told. Jaykumar sir is the father of that coinage, God's own country. Sir, actually, it has now become a reality. It's God's own country for industries also, unlike 30, 40 years before. So I should really tell, we are actually fast moving to that place. Some of the details I will give. We at Kinfra actually, we have 31 industrial parks with more than 4,000 acres, and 95% of the parks are leased out, which has almost 1,400 plus units, giving some 70,000 plus employment across the state. 60% of the employment and investments have come in the last 5 years. It's not a small thing. There was an MSME Year of Enterprises by 2022-23, assuming that we will have 1 lakh per year. And we touched almost 3.6 lakhs in 3 years, giving close to 4 lakhs plus employment. There could be so many issues, I know that. Recently we had the Invest Kerala Global Summit at Cochin. It was just a 2-day program, but backed by a year-long preparation. We had done several meetings. I think J.G. Thompson sir is there. We used to say we do conclaves, but I think recently in a meeting when he was telling that conclave is not the right word. So let me change that. We had done meetings not only in India, not only in Kerala, but in other states as well as outside the country also. And what was the result? We got close to 1,76,000 crores investment memorandum of understanding. And in just less than 5 years, we have almost 31,000 crores investments in motion. That is not a small thing in a state like Kerala. This is something which we should really see. But unfortunately, we don't get into such activities. Standing here, I can tell at least 100 companies in the state which is doing extremely well, not only in India, outside the country. And name a few, we have Synthite, we have Agape, we have Dent Care, we have Hailstone. I was shocked to see that 550 crores turnover is the turnover of a company which works in a Kinfra park called Hailstone. There are hundreds of companies, but we still feel, or unfortunately, I will not say it is that we all here are like that, but we still feel, or we still want to talk about the companies which goes out, although their main concern is still in the state of Kerala. Unfortunately, we talk about that. But Kerala has become a big destination for the investments in the recent past. That has to be, just for on a lighter note, I will tell. We went to a state, outside Kerala, we had a discussion with the investors. We had a very, very senior IAS bureaucrat, Jaykumar sir in the same batch, I am not very sure, very senior bureaucrat from Delhi. He was also in the stage. The entire stage was set actually for telling how we should have investments in Kerala and what all we are giving and all these things. What are the deregulations we have done? How many decriminalization acts we have done? But after the stage was set, when the floor was given for the people to ask or the press to ask, you know, what was the first question? Sir, എനിക്ക് ആ 3 മാസമായിട്ട് KSRTCയിൽ ശമ്പളം കൊടുക്കാത്തതിൻ്റെ കാര്യം അറിയാമെന്നാണ് ചോദിച്ചത്. It has nothing to do with that meeting. But then we have a tendency to look into the negatives. I think we should start thinking about positives. Why don't we talk success stories about those companies in this state which are really doing extremely well even outside the country? We have to have that. There is a constant push from the government. Government is trying its maximum best to make sure investments come, support them. We have MSME clinics where we try to discuss with the people if there is any problem for them to go ahead. 30% of the MSME is closed down in the country and we have less than 20% closed down. But I don't know whether someone of us really knows such issues. So basically, this is one of the best states, or rather emerging as a best state. See, Gujarat could be a very industry-friendly state. Maharashtra should be. Tamil Nadu should be. I don't know. I think many of us also don't know. But they are getting projected as one of the best states. Kerala is also one of the best states, and one evidence why the government has done is the getting up from 28th position to number 1 position in ease of doing business. Yesterday I was in Bangalore with a meeting to the Secretary of Government of India in DPIT. He himself was telling, he is from Punjab, he himself was telling that the changes state of Kerala is making is commendable. So let us please put confidence, let us please stay positive with all the developments which all the activities government or other investors are doing in the state to make sure Kerala grows further. I don't want to take too much of time. I am really thankful that I am given an opportunity and I will always remember Marivanis College because whatever I am now, the college also has shaped me to this level. Thank you all.
Thank you, Santosh, for that feel-good presentation. Now we have, before we wind up this session, I think 2 speakers will join us online. I hope technologically we are connected, we are ready. And we have, firstly, I think Sri Lalu Samuel from Dubai and Sri Toby Simon from Bangalore. I don't know who is coming first. You can decide. Ariana? Antonio. No. So I think Tony is here. I will, if he can hear, I will request him to be as brief as possible because we are winding up in the next 10 minutes. We have 2 more speakers. So Mr. Tony, you can now speak. You are visible and audible. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Toby Simon and not Tony. So I will clarify that. I've been assigned the top organization in thinking, and let me attempt to add a different element of speaking. This is what I think that's what Synergia is. The topic I would like is about globalization in the reverse. Given that we are living in the Trump age, I would like to begin with a relevant quote from Cordell Hull, the Secretary of State under Franklin Roosevelt, the former President of the United States from 1933 to 1945. Quote, I see that you cannot separate the idea of war and peace, that wars are often caused by economic rivalry conducted unfairly. I embrace a philosophy that unhampered trade dovetail with peace, high tariffs, trade barriers, and unfair economic competition will trigger wars. So as you see, this was made in 1938 to 1940, and we are about 80 years ahead, and the same template resonates. Secondly, I would also like to briefly allude to the current trends in geopolitics, which is very important. The weaponization of economy, the weaponization of trade, finance, global supply chains, critical minerals, etc. So what is the context? The 1990 wave of neoliberal economic globalization, spearheaded by the US, was characterized by the proliferation of bilateral and multilateral preferential trade agreements, the increase of offshoring production abroad, and intensified cross-border trade, including a growing fragmentation and trade in tasks. Standing at this crossroad now, the ongoing globalization is a new coin, coincides with new forces such as the outbreak of COVID-19, pandemic, heightened geopolitical tension, the emergence of disruptive technologies and increasingly urgency of addressing environmental challenges, which are primarily the ESG goals, we have increasingly seen in the government initiatives in many parts of the world that seek to reverse aspects of globalization to the extent that the specter of economic nationalism raises its head again, as we saw in 1930 and 35. Against this background, we need to see whether our current phase of globalization is coming to an end and the world economy is entering into a phase of deglobalization, decoupling, and reshoring. Why I bring this is, if this happens, and this is likely to happen, what does it mean for Kerala? So instead of thinking linear that it is still into the world of globalization, we step back and look what happens if there is deglobalization. While the future of globalization is still uncertain, many scholars agree that the trend towards global value chain fragmentation and segmentation will become intensified, or at least remain an important feature in many sectors that a shift from the previous just-in-time logic to a just-in-case counterpart will happen in multinational corporations. Such forms of intensive globalization started to slow down after the global financial crisis in 2008. Now let me speak briefly about Kerala. And this is in the context of the Trump tariffs. Kerala's share in the country's total exports is relatively negligible. Just 1.09% in 2024, a 40% decline from the previous year. With the Trump 25% northward tariffs coming, it is clear that the clients are not willing to take the burden of these additional tariffs. Now, three areas that I would like to show: seafoods. Kerala's seafood exports decreased from about 218,000 metric tons to 196,000 metric tons, whereas seafood exports from India increased significantly to 17,000 metric tons. Most of our exports are shrimps, and they go to the US. With the 25% plus penal tariffs coming in, we will not have a chance to compete with countries like Ecuador, which is currently at 10%. The second would be on coir, same problem with tariff. Our exporters who have even shipped are in trouble because countries like Thailand and Sri Lanka are trying to find a pace. The third one, which has been a good business for Kerala for long, cashew. The tariffs are just making sure that the local consumers are now shifting to pistachios and almonds in the United States. Let me conclude by saying that we should adopt the strategy of co-creating value with countries that we trade by being a value-added supplier. This can be best done by R&D and IP creation, and also it creates a certain bond of interdependency. Examples where we have been quite successful in the past are those in pharmaceuticals and life sciences, quantum, aerospace and defense, space technologies, and UAVs. Given that the time is short, I think I have done it about 4.5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Whoever is tinkering with this, please go on to the next.
Hello.
Okay. Mr. Lalu. Mr. Lalu. Mr. Lalu Simon. Mr. Lalu Simon. Thank you very much. I know you are joining from Dubai, and thanks for waiting. We have very little time left, but then we shall be glad to listen to you. We are at the fag end of the session. So carry on, Mr. Lalu. Thank you.
My name is Lalu Samuel. I was a batch of pre-degree from 72 to 74. After that, I did my graduation in mathematics and did my cost accountancy and general management MBA from IIM. So I've been living in the UAE for the last 42 years. I'm grateful to, I believe you can hear me. Are you able to hear me? Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, yes, you are audible. You are audible, you are visible, you are clear. Please carry on.
Okay, I've been living in the for the last 42 years, and I'm grateful that you have invited me to speak on this 75th anniversary of Mariva News, which I'm grateful to Mariva News for giving me an environment where I could shape my future. I also chair the industries under government of Sharjah, which comes almost 3,000 industries, which comes under me. I'm the chairman of also Indian Business and Professional Council in Sharjah. So I am grateful because, I feel that the environment in which I studied in Mariva News has, given me a visibility into the future and an option to select what I want in future. I'm a hardcore industrialist. I've been listening to the speakers about the success of industry in Kerala. I feel most of the speakers have been talking about IT and tourism, which are quite successful in Kerala. Whereas on the manufacturing side, we find very little manufacturing companies in Kerala. That is because I feel that we need better infrastructure, stable power, trained labor. All these are required for the progress of industry, manufacturing industry in Kerala. What we have missed out, we feel India, we missed out the revolution, industrial revolution. Whereas India was trying to make up in the IT revolution, where we've been very successful. But I feel with Kerala's environment, with Kerala's education level of literacy level of 95.3%, and an environment which gives you 120 to 140 days of rainfall and tropical weather, we could be very successful in manufacturing industry as well with the talented people what we have in Kerala. For this, what we feel is that we want a conducive environment and a regulatory framework where industries could thrive in Kerala. Also, for industry, as a chairman of industry, we look at the manufacturing index between UAE, our neighbors, China, Malaysia, India, all these countries. When we look at the manufacturing index, three major factors that comes into the manufacturing industry is stable power, availability of manpower, availability of finance, and labor output. This is what is required for the successful operation of an industry, which if the government and the regulatory framework is able to provide this environment in Kerala, I feel that manufacturing industry with the talented workforce what we have in Kerala, we will be able to we will be able to thrive the manufacturing industry as well in Kerala, same like IT and service sector, which we all have to work towards that in the coming future. And Kerala is known for service industry and healthcare and good food and good weather. This is what we feel, what we hear from outside. So we all should work towards making Kerala an industry-friendly state as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now with that, we are coming to the With that, we are coming to the close of this very important session where we had very wonderful discussion. The theme has become diversified, and the enlightened speakers have taken us into the inside of the topic. Mr. Nathaniel highlighted the significance of our demographic and climate change transition, and new opportunities are lying hidden in the changes that we see everywhere. When employment is lost, new employment is being created. And Ashish Mohan also supplemented that by drawing attention to the increasing value of human capital, not ordinary human capital, but specialized human capital, which Kerala can definitely leverage, and Marivanius College can also leverage. Investment in green energy and higher education in Kerala will definitely be of interest. Najib, of course, recalled the success story of tourism by trying to highlight the importance and significance and utility, or the much needed public-private partnership, for which he was exemplifying, or rather illustrating it with the help of tourism. Dr. Lekha Chakraborty stressed the opportunities again in climate change and demographic transition, and she also meant that green economy offers Kerala with new opportunities. Of course, I am just summing up very, very abruptly, very bad summarization. And of course, Santosh Koshi gave us the feel-good presentation, as I said. He presented a happy picture of industrial investment in Kerala, picking up particularly in the last 5 years. I'm not going to the statistics, because officer statistics can be quite, I don't want to dig at that. But then definitely there is a great surge of interest in Kerala. That is a major breakthrough. Taking a leaf from what Najib said and connecting it with what Santosh Koshi said, I think Kerala should devote some more effort and energy in picturizing or presenting Kerala as in making these perceptual changes. We should embark on a new branding like we did in Kerala for Kerala tourism as God's own country. I think we should brand Kerala as investors' bride or bridegroom or whatever, or investors' paradise and things like that. You can engage me as a consultant if you like, because free of cost. Anyway, so but then I really mean that there is a need for perceptual correction about Kerala. Even when we listen to people in other countries, people who have left from Kerala, they still talk about the 1980 language about Kerala, which one feels sad, because we have been doing wonderful things. But people are getting stuck in the 1980s or 90s idea about Kerala. Kerala has moved on. So I think this session has been very eye-opening session. And one more last point is that every member of the Amicos has a responsibility not only to do good to our institution, but also to do good to Kerala. I think wherever we are, particularly those living outside Kerala and outside India, has a responsibility to work towards correcting this misplaced, time-barred perception about Kerala being an unfriendly state. We are not at all unfriendly. We are only very correct destination. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. With that, we bring this enriching session to a close. We express our sincere gratitude to the moderator, Sri K. Jayakumar IAS, and to all the distinguished speakers for sharing their insights and adding immense value to today's discussions. As a token of appreciation, we would now like to present a specially curated mementos to the distinguished guests. May I invite Mr. Syriac Joseph, convener of the Business Summit, to share the details.
I now request Mr. George Jacob, Chairman of India's largest finance company, Muthoot Finance, to come on stage and hand over the mementos. George Jacob, whom we affectionately call as Jabgo Dechain, was feeling, after coming to the campus, he was feeling sorry that he didn't get a privilege of studying in this great institution. But Mr. George Jacob can very well associate with this college by participating in our new endeavor. As you all know, Amicos is venturing when starting a science block at a cost of over 2 crores. I'm sure George Jacob's feeling about not having associated with Marivanius can be well compensated by being a part of the new association. No new buildings that we are building. Thank you very much.
AI building the product AI Oh, I see. Same building. RBI. Congratulations. Please. That's the last time we just I think we changed that. Let's just go. Anyway, change some words. Hello, sorry. Take this. Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. It's a pleasure. Thank you so much. Santosh.
So, due to the time constraints, session 3 and 4 have been thoughtfully combined into a single session. The joint session will cover two significant and timely themes. The first session will focus on skilling and human capital in health sector. The first topic focuses on one of the most vital pillars of healthcare, the development of skilled professionals and the human capital that drives the sector forward. And the second topic focuses on sustainability, green economy, and Kerala's unique models. In an era of environmental challenges and rapid climate change, the concepts of sustainability and green economy are no longer optional, they are essential. Kerala, with its rich ecological heritage and innovative governance, has emerged as a model for balancing development with environmental responsibility. We are truly honored to have with us a distinguished panel of experts and thought leaders who will share their insights and experiences on this important theme. It's an honor to invite the moderator for this session, Mr. John Mathai, IAS, former Chief Secretary, to take over the proceedings. With his vast administrative experience and deep understanding of Kerala's developmental landscape, we are confident that this session will be both insightful and engaging under his guidance. We warmly invite you, sir, to take the stage. Now, with great honor, I invite our distinguished speakers for the session to the dais. So we are here privileged to have Dr. S.S. Lal, Asia Pacific Director of REACT. He was supposed to be the moderator of the session 3. Since we have cut short, he will be joining as a panelist. With his vast experience in public health and global health policy, Dr. Lal will guide the conversation with depth and perspective. We warmly invite you, sir, to take the stage. Dr. P.G. Balagopal, Director of Cochin Cancer Research Center, Kochi. A respected figure in cancer care and research, Dr. Balagopal has made significant contributions to the healthcare landscape of Kerala and beyond. We are delighted to welcome you, sir. Polikel, former Chief Executive Officer of Abu Dhabi Cooperative Entrepreneurship and Opportunity Platform. A visionary in prompting cooperative models and inclusive growth, Mr. Bijoy contributes to Kerala's sustainable developmental journey in a meaningful ways. Sir, we are pleased to have you here.
CEO.
We are privileged to have Mr. James Joseph, CEO of CGR Metalloids Ernakulam. So we warmly welcome you. We look forward to an engaging session filled with expert perspectives, innovative ideas, and meaningful thoughts. I now hand over the mic to our dynamic moderator and panelists to steer this exciting session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to be the moderator for this session. The good news is that we have 1 hour before Gigi makes the valedictory address. The bad news is that we are combining 2 sessions. One is our skilling and human capital in health sector, that is the present panel. And after that, we have a final session on sustainability, green economy, and Kerala's unique models. So we will have to combine these 2 sessions within 1 hour. That is the area. The first item is the first item is the skilling and human capital in health sector. We have a long tradition of having a very good health system in Kerala. Even our Maharaja started years ago, centuries ago, hospitals and health-related services, and also invited foreign missionaries and doctors to come and serve in Travancore, especially in Trivandrum area. And also the missionaries, they came as doctors in Kottayam, in Malabar areas, particularly Tellicherry and all. So we have a very robust health system right from the beginning. And also when we look back during the last century, Kerala is unique in sending medical professionals, doctors, and especially nurses all over the world. Now the situation is changing. So now in the 21st century, what are the opportunities and what are the obstacles or difficulties in health sector and also skilling of our youngsters in the health sector? We have a very eminent panel, so we can expect very good presentation from all of them. So I would like to have a list of participants. Please give me the list of the panelists. Syriac. I think since the list is coming, I think we'll start from the right. Dr. Lal. But Dr. Lal can only sit and talk. So please give the mic to Dr. Lal. How are you? So give me the list so that I can. Okay, please, Dr. Lal.
Thank you very much, respected dignitaries on the dais and off dais, and my dear friends. Probably I am the only doctor-patient duo here. I had a fall last month and I am on treatment. That's why I had to use walker. When it comes to skilling, especially related to Kerala, so I use my public health lens also. Even though I'm a doctor, I was later trained in public health. So I don't sit at a clinic and see individual patients. I look from the community level or I see the bigger picture. So when it comes to upskilling, we have to look at how we have changed, or how Kerala has changed in the past, especially in the recent past. So when India became independent, the average life expectancy was around 30 years. That was life expectancy. But even at that time, Kerala was noticed because Kerala had a higher life expectancy. And health indices are there, using which we look at the health of a community. So one of which is life expectancy. The other ones are, important ones are maternal mortality. mothers who die during delivery and pregnancy, and infants or children who die below particular ages. So all these are, when you look at this, life expectancy was very high in Kerala even before independence. Maternal mortality, mothers' deaths and infant mortality, they were low compared to other states even before independence. And number one, we all talk about number one position. Of course, we are number one in certain areas. And these were documented in the 80s itself. But what we have to think about is how we have changed. There are many things beyond our control. There are many good things about Kerala. We have good health because of a lot of things, including our geography. We have 41 rivers flowing to Kerala, which gives us potable water, drinking water, good quality water. The same water accumulation or stagnation, all those things give us diseases also, especially after monsoon and all, mosquito-borne disease and all. Being a tropical state or coming under a tropical country, we have those risks also. So a lot of things are beyond our control, which are given. And of course, governments and different settings that ruled us have contributed to public health. But the background of good health is mainly because of women's literacy, education, and health awareness that we often forget. Often we think that ministries come and change everything. Of course, ministries have contributed. So because of this good health, what we have seen is, when I was a school child, this smallpox was eradicated from the whole world. There is no more smallpox. A lot of things are happening globally, which is also helping us. As a medical student, I have never seen a malaria case in the medical school. But even today in North India, fever is considered as malaria. So that advantage is there. So the diseases, infectious diseases kill a lot of people, even today. But we had a transition. We call it epidemiological transition. From infectious diseases, we could control or we could eliminate a lot of infectious diseases because of which people are living for many years. That's why we say that Kerala is number one in terms of life expectancy. When we say that it is equivalent to US, it is true. I lived in the US for many years. Even I am a resident there in today. So women life expectancy is 80 years in Kerala, which is equivalent to women life expectancy in the US. But in Kerala, the difference is we are only counting heads. Many 80 plus or 70 plus women are lying on the bed without the ability to do anything themselves. This is the change that we have to look at. So the Kerala population is aging. And there is a gap between men and women life expectancy. That will be my last point. Women live up to 80 years. Men live up to 73 years, average. So there is a gap of 3 years, which is contributing to women living alone when they are old. And usually in Kerala, men marry or women marry men 5 years older to them, or men marry women at least 5 years younger to them. So that is adding another gap of 5 years. So 10 years of widowhood is guaranteed for Kerala women, and they are very old and they are helpless and their children and grandchildren are abroad. This is a major problem. In the next 25 years, Kerala will be full of old people. This is the area where we have to skill health workers and hospitals everywhere. Every day, I am a public person also, I am a politician also. Every day we get calls from houses, parents, children to take care of their old parents who are helpless. So Kerala is aging. So this is where, there are many areas, but this is where what I want to mention with a lot of emphasis. Kerala is aging. We don't have the social systems. We don't have the government systems. We don't have family systems also. We have to seriously think about it. And old women without help will be a problem already it's a problem, and next 25 years. There are many other areas to discuss. Maybe in the course of discussion or when questions are asked, I'll come back. Thank you.
Now, I request Dr. Jacob Epen to address us. Please give a small introduction of the panelists so that the audience understands you.
I'm Dr. Jacob Epen. I did my pre-degree here in 68 to 70, then moved across the street to the local medical college, Toronto Medical College. And for the last 41 years, I've been in the US. I'm also a public health physician and a pediatrician. So pretty much ran the county or the district public health system for the last 30 years in California. And I'm also an elected board of director of a large community hospital. So right now, actually, I'm in the business of running a hospital. So the healthcare and the financing of healthcare is something that, where I have sleepless nights. So I'll just touch on some of those topics which are very pertinent to the health system in the US, but I don't think they're very far cry from any of the health systems around the world. The British health system, the NIH, is almost facing bankruptcy. The Swedish health system is in trouble. The US also, we have issues. So I'll touch on very few points that what I visualize as issues in the US health system. One is the cost of the inflation in healthcare. The country is not able to keep up with it. The expenditure in healthcare last year went up by 8.1%, whereas the economy only grew by 4.1%. Next year is supposed to come down to 7.2%, and the new health secretary and the new government wants to bring it down to 5% in about 2 years. But when they bring it down to 5%, it won't be because of the increased productivity. It'll be cutting up workforce, service lines, so people are going to be affected. It's very, very unfortunate. So why I'm saying all this is, there is a critical mass that builds up. When there's inflation in healthcare, the highest reason for bankruptcy or personal bankruptcy in the US is because of healthcare payment of bills. People are not able to pay their bills. And I think we are not too far, Kerala. One of the main reasons why I'm saying that is, there's private healthcare utilization is much higher in Kerala than some of the other states. So in that, what happens is definitely expenses are more. So I was reading reports where, especially in outpatient care, about 80-90% of the people utilize private hospitals. Although the government is spending so much money, and the budget for health is, I think, total is about 5.1% of Kerala GSDP. But that's a kind of a misnomer because the government actually spends only about 1.3%. The rest is all by private sector, which is about 3.5%. So there's high utilization of private sector. And that's one of the reasons why even a big investment group like BlackRock, which is an American company, they found that this is a lucrative business, the healthcare in Kerala. And there's investing about $5 billion in healthcare in the US, in India. The total investment in India is about 50 billion. So when all this happens, I think the main issue or the main concern that I have is when all these tertiary hospitals are built and tertiary care and technology improves, we should also look at the grassroots level healthcare, primary healthcare. And we should never become deficient in that. The moment you do that, the whole health system would collapse. And we brag about all this very high outcome numbers. Our infant mortality rate is 7, which is as good as US. I think Sikkim has got 4, I think. Mizoram is 5. I don't know how they do it. far, far better than the US. So what happens in the healthcare also, there has to be equity of healthcare. That's something that we got to really keep in mind. Once that focus is gone, again, the healthcare system could be in trouble. But there's no point in saying, there is the life expectancy in Trivandrum or the district of Ernakulam and Kottayam, which is supposed to be zero poverty, is 78 years. But at the same time, you take a place like Attapadi, where people are dying at 40, especially from sickle cell anemia. So this is something called population health, which is the new term in public health. The population health it's the health of every individual in the community or in the state. And all of them, the health care should be almost equal. And if there is a gap, then we'll be deficient in all the outcome measures. So there's something that I think Kerala government and all of them should really focus on to bridge that gap. And I would also recommend the government and authorities here also to have regulatory bodies and committees and health committees or supervisory or surveillance committees for all these large equity companies that come in and buy out hospitals, that there has to be some regulations, like spending X amount of dollars in primary care, community health. I think that becomes very, very relevant. Otherwise, again, like I said, all these measures could go down south. But on the whole, I think Kerala has done very well in health. I've always, for the last 40 years, in all my talks around the world, I always talk about Kerala. And many times, although we say that most of the positive outcome measures are related to wealth, there have been some studies to show that that's not true. I mean, China, Sri Lanka, Kerala, spends much less on health compared to states like Nigeria, or Gabon, South Africa, or Brazil. And their outcome measures are much lower than Kerala or China or Sri Lanka. So every time it's not related to really financing. So it's also, I think, other soft factors. So something called social determinants of health, which is also a key thing now. It's a big thing. And I think the advantage that Kerala had was we already believed in that. This is something very new. Social determinants of health are, things that affect health, which are not directly health. So, which is like, your condition of living, your education, all that becomes really factors in the healthcare indices. So I think Kerala always focused on that because we had very high literacy, education was there, social distribution of land was there even starting from the time of Maharaja. So, people had land, people had house, and all those were factors we were very lucky to have. So our social determinants of health, I think we are very fortunate, and that's one of the reasons why our healthcare numbers are still very high. And the second issue that we are facing is there is a big attrition of healthcare providers in the US. People are getting burned out, people are retiring early. There are some indicators or studies which showed that about 35% of physicians last year retired early in the US. And any medical student who's graduating now in the US, they all want to retire by 65. They don't want to work more than that, which is very unusual in the US. When I retired when I was 70 years old. So that is definitely, and all those factors will be here too. I mean, here also I was reading that healthcare, it's like dialysis technician, ECG technicians, they are all in short. And a lot of primary care centers and a lot of institutions are not able to function because they lack the manpower. So you've got to think of all this. AI is coming in. AI will replace quite a bit of this. Might help us. But unless we keep all this perspective in mind, the high immunization rate, all that, pretty soon, the title of God's own country might be, God might give that title to another place or another country. So I think, as long as there is all the relevance and people at the hem realize this and spend more money in public health, I think we'll be better off. I think Kerala government's health budget, which came out last week or 2 weeks ago, I think it's about 10,000 crores for health, and out of that, about 2,300 crores, I think, is for public health, which is very good, which is about 20% of the total budget. A lot of countries don't spend 20% of the budget for public health. So I think we are in the right directions, but we've got to keep our ears to the ground and we've got to keep our eyes open. Otherwise, we could be in trouble. So I'll just make it very brief because it's 5 minutes that is allotted to me. Thank you so much, and thanks for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Jacob. Now I request Mr. Leva, the owner of the famous SFS group.
Good morning, everybody. I think so. We have had a good overdose of international information about AI, about all things happening all over the world. But in my case, it's totally different. I belong to born in Kerala, studied in Kerala, worked in Kerala, and probably retired in Kerala. So I only know the Kerala part of the whole story. But whatever extra I know is from meeting friends who come from all over the world. And since I studied in 3 local school and college and everything here, you'll be surprised to know that only 2 of us were left behind when we finished our graduation. Out of 60 students in our class, just 2 were here, rest were somewhere in India or somewhere in the world. That is, I'm telling a 35-year-old story. Imagine today, I have seen 3 generations of people who have, that's my father's generation, mine and the next. If you ask anybody, when I was in school, where is your father? He's in Singapore, he's in Malaysia, he's somewhere in Southeast Asia. Then when I was in college, where is your father? He's there in Dubai, Kuwait, Iran, Iraq and all that. Now, when it comes to my generation, you ask where your children are. They're in Ireland, Canada, Australia, somewhere in the world. So somehow in all these globalization, very few of us have been left back. And it so happened I was lucky to be in a business which is something passionate to everybody. In Kerala, you have people are passionate to buy land, people are passionate to buy cars, people are passionate for gold, and definitely the most passionable and the most valuable is building their own home. So I luckily happened to be in the business of building home, which you couldn't import from China or Southeast Asia, Taiwan, Korea. You couldn't import a home. Anything else you can import. Even a car, a watch, television, everything. So that way, we were lucky that we can, still survive in our business for long. So those students who are planning to be in Kerala, you try to be in some business that cannot be imported in. Land cannot be imported in, but raw materials are being imported in, but physical construction has to happen here. So the next part, I just wanted to give a brief of my story, being in Kerala throughout my life. Then sustainability is one thing that's the most talked about in Kerala now. Luckily, if you really see you are landing in an aircraft in Trivandrum Airport or Cochin Airport, it's so green. Kerala is so green thanks to all the rains, thanks to the laws of the land, which prohibits you to build. 70% of the state is not buildable. Either it is coastal regulation zone or it is mountain conservation or land use or paddy. So only 30% of the land is really available for use for either industries or hotels or housing or whatever it be. So the greenery of Kerala with the present laws will never get spoiled. The greenery is going to continue. Last week, I went to Calicut for a wedding in Vande Bharat. So I was taking a video. Fantastic greenery. It is like a train going in Switzerland. When you drive through Kerala, especially Cochin, even here, either it's water or greenery or paddy or something so. So I was telling a travel agent friend of mine, why don't you have a package for the people in the Gulf, means the Arabs there. You fly into Calicut or Trivandrum Airport, go by train. and next day flight you. So one day you spend in a beautiful train, good food, beautiful greenery, thick greenery, probably nowhere in the world you can find this, and next day morning you go back to Dubai. So this is the kind of sustainability is already there, building laws. They came with solar. Solar is one of the most important alternate energy. You stand in a high-rise building and look down, there is no house without solar panels. So that is the penetration of solar panels in housing in Kerala. Every flat you find solar panels increasing 30 kVA to 50 kVA to 100 kVA solar panels. Then sustainable energy, sustainable living talks about rainwater and harvesting. It has become by law, you can't build any building without having a huge rainwater harvesting tank. Then water recycling. So everything that is required for sustainable living is now being practiced as per building rule, and it has become, luckily I am also the chairman of the Green Building Council of IG, it's called IGBC of CAI. It's the last 2 years I have been and you will be finding about 500 buildings in Kerala, be it hotels, industries, schools, colleges, railway stations, Cochin Metro, every station is a green building. So people have now become passionate and proud that they can build green building, and all ours are gold and platinum rated. So we have already 500 buildings in Kerala which are platinum or gold or platinum rated in Kerala, and is now become fashionable to say that I live in a green building. So I think so Kerala, as far as the sustainability aspect is concerned, we are in the right track, the laws are correct. Only thing I find, it may not be proper when so many IAS officers are here, especially known to them. Kumaragam is such a fantastic backwater resort area. You will be surprised, the road leading to Kumaragam is so narrow that one bus comes and scooter cannot pass. The entire Kumaragam area is on rainwater or tankers of water brought from Kottayam area. That's how it is survives. Transport. So I think so, improvement in the road transport network and will really do a lot of good to Kerala in terms of new employment, in terms of tourism, in terms for everything. So just to leave a short note behind, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
It can be a wonderful session, and you beautifully presented it. And we have very nice models successfully done in Kerala also. Our Cochin Airport, Sial, is a public-private participation, PPP model, and it is now, the world over, everyone knows that it's an airport which has its energy fully met from solar sources. It's actually, it is called the green airport. So we have some models in Kerala also, but this is not the time to elaborate on that since we are short of time. I now invite Mr. Ganesh Kumar.
Good afternoon, moderator Sri John Mathai, or my co-panel members, and all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I'm also supposed to speak on the sustainability and green economy. I'm a student from this college, did my pre-degree in 1975-77. I'm thankful to Mr. Syriac and Amicos for calling me to give a few words on any subject, because during my college days, I never had a chance to come to the dais, because the people come to the dais, you have to be either top in your studies or good in your arts or sports, or else to be a union leader. I was never among any of this group. So at least after going out from the college, after more than 50 years, I'm coming back to the college and I'm in the dais, and thank you once again. Talking about green economy, what is green economy? To improve the economic condition of a state or a country without reducing anything on the environment. You have selected me to talk on this subject because I am working in an industry which is polluting the country most. I am into construction or installation of the cement plants as well as power plants, that also all coal-based, which pollutes the country the maximum. But of the latest, I wanted to inform all of you that the government has given a demarcation that by 2050, the country should be a zero emission of carbon as well as sulfurization. All the industries where I'm working, either it is in the power plants or in cement plants, we are all in the process of doing that. We are installing new technologies. Because to attain the green energy, the first thing is the sustainability, second is decarbonization, and the third is invest in innovations. The country is investing in innovations by which they have developed a new system called flue gas desulfurization, which is removing the sulfur dioxide from coal in all the thermal plants. Similarly, decarbonizing in all the power plants and chemical plants. We hope by 2050, the country will be a zero carbon, zero sulfur emission in the country. When we talk about Kerala, Kerala is the best model for that. I work in 20 out of 28 states in the country, as well as more than 27 countries in Africa, of course in the Middle East, with the help of mostly the European consultants. But I can tell you that we are so educated that we don't permit any of the polluted industries to run in the state. And the biggest problem, many of these previous talks we have seen people talking about manufacturing industries in Kerala. Manufacturing industries in Kerala came before independence as well as post-independence by the largest industrialists in India, Tata, Birla and Dalmia, investing in Kerala. But all were depending on resources which they were getting from the forests. Those resources, when we have removed the bamboos and softwood from the forest, instead of replanting, we have gone for constructing houses and people started staying. We are the highest in density of population. But what we does is our people goes all around the world. So when we go to the other states of the country, where they've got barren land, they found a lot of manufacturing industries. They come back and they say that why we are not starting. We should compare ourselves with the northeastern states, which has got the mountains, the hills and the forests like what we have. And they have got the less polluted states, which is really following their green energy as well as green economy. In comparison to those states, we are much ahead of them. So instead of we talking and bringing more manufacturing industries to this country, which is going to the state, which is going to pollute this state, we should try to develop industries such as like IT industries, which is fast growing in this state. We have tourism, which is fast growing in this state, which we have already heard from the previous discussions. And also we should concentrate on skill development and education. Unfortunately, we have to say that we are the highest educated in the country, but when we go to the best 100 institutions, if you take in medicine, in engineering, in business management, in law, arts, science, anything, none of our institutions fall in that. So why don't we concentrate on that? Take education as a business, as an industry, and develop that so that you can see the people coming from different parts of the world to this state for getting educated, which is a beautiful state with all the greeneries and very good air. Oh, more than everything, the country also has focused on air pollution, especially for the state like Kerala. We are already on to the BS6, entering the BS6 in the automobiles. The bar is stage 6. One thing we should note that from BS4, which is equivalent to Euro 4, nothing less than that, we have skipped BS5 and we have gone to BS6. That is the way we are concentrating on keeping the state green. So keep that greeneries as it is and look into the industries which can sustain in the state with the availability of the skilled manpower in the state. We should make sure that they don't go out of the state they get enough employment within the state, and they have been utilized for the state. Thank you once again for giving me such an opportunity to address all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ganesh Kumar. Now I request Mr. Rahul Mohan.
Very good afternoon to one and all. It is a very privilege to stand here once again, come back to this college, to relive our old memories, and it's a moment of nostalgia to come back to this college. And yet again to stand among the many industry stalwarts here, to the eminent personalities here. Once again, good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Rahul Mohan. I studied in BCom for the 2007-10 batch. Yeah. So I passed out in 2010 here. And I come from the second generation of business, and we are doing the work of operation and maintenance of thermal power plants in various states in India. Also provide engineering solutions to the power plants and various other maintenance works of the power plants. As Sir said, this is not a clean energy, but someone has to do the dirty work, so we are doing it. But we are expecting everything will be green and good soon. So talking about the topic, what I was given is human capital and skilling. In the health sector, but since I am not from the health sector, I will be giving my perspective in this industry. Skilling is a process of acquiring and improving skills through education, training, and experience. This is a theoretical definition. And human capital encompasses the knowledge, skill, experience, and abilities that individual possess, making them productive, valuable to the organization and the economy. Skilling and human capital are closely related concepts and focused on developing a skilled workforce. Human capital is crucial asset for economic growth. In the current scenario, there are a lot of questions that I am opening it to you, which we do not have a solution, but major think tanks, industry leaders, political leaders have to come together and bring a solution to it. One of it, there is a huge gap in the skill set of the available workforce in the market and the skills required for the industries to run in this country. Secondly, there are a lot of unemployment among the graduates. How do we address it? Unemployment is a growing concern, which is also which may also create issues and problems in the society. We need a solution for that as well. People are talking about AI. AI is coming in a big way in the society now, and it is coming in every sector in our society. But do we have the skilled persons who can handle this critical technology? Otherwise, it can be very risky to handle it. Then our business and scenarios, socio-economic situations, environment are constantly changing. Every day we are facing new problems. Every year scenarios are changing, business environment is changing. So are we equipped to handle it? Does our generation have the skill set to handle this, the unprepared situations? How do we manage? We need to be prepared for these unexpected skills. Adaptability is very critical to sustain and survive through this situation. Is our workforce ready for it? And how do we address the major concern that is in the state as well as in the country? The issue of brain drain, migration of workforce who are going or flying off to other places in search of better opportunities, better facilities, better freedom. How do we address it? So these are the questions which need assistance and immediate, addressal. Otherwise, it might be a issue for our society. Secondly, I will like to suggest some how to develop and update our skill set. One is our educational curriculum has to be updated with the industry-driven curriculum and promote skill-based education. We have to focus more on the vocational training. Constant skilling and upskilling. Once we learn it, that is not the end of it. We have to continually learn and reskill our skills. We have to develop a globally competitive workforce. We have to promote entrepreneurship. People are more interested to do jobs. Entrepreneurs, it's in the recent past that people are coming up with a lot of startups and entrepreneurship. We have to make way for it. Only then the economy can develop. And business-friendly attitude has to be inculcated across all the segments among our people, and fostering global collaboration so that we can get new technologies, new methodologies, and we have to adopt new technologies. We need good leaders, be it in political scenario, business scenarios, who can tap on the skill and improve our human capital standards. Another major challenge that I think most of the industry is facing is the retention of the employees. There was a time when our workforce has gone through three major evolution in the workforce. That is, one is the industry revolution, where jobs were taken for survival, where people worked for the basic necessity of roti, kapda, makan. People came, worked for a long time. Even if the work cultures was bad, even if the bosses were bad, they used to stick on to the job for the long time. Then came the informational revolution. All IT companies, brands were building in a different style. Basic necessity has been taken care. Here people are working for improving the standard of living. They have to get the good salary to pay off their loans, home loans, vehicle loans, educational loans and everything. Then the current scenario, that is the digital revolution or the social revolution. Basic necessity and the standard of living has been taken care. What people want now is comfort, convenience, and better quality in whatever they do. They don't care about the basic necessity since it has been taken care of. And even the daily wages workers are living in luxury now. So now we cannot say that I'm going to cut your salary or depromote you or take disciplinary action. This is very critical now. So they will say tata bye-bye and look for other jobs. So now we have to, retaining them is a major challenge. They are looking for quality of life, quality of job, quality of workplace, environment, better amenities, comfort. How do we deal with this? So whatsoever is the situation, we need answer to all these things. As I said earlier, big leaders, think tanks have to come together to address this issue. And from whatever the situation is, my advice for the coming generation is to maintain some essential qualities apart from the skill set. Maintain professionalism in all our interaction. Deliver global standards in whatever work we are doing. Soft skills has to be improved. It will be helpful for us whatsoever we do. We have to build a business-friendly attitude. Adaptability to the changing situation and ability to look at the bigger pictures. We should not be afraid to fall in our failures. We should be brave enough to come out of it and stand up after it. We have to be open to learn anything, anywhere, and from anyone. Even a normal helper or a worker can educate us in many things. So we should be open to it. Most importantly, be humble, respect your fellow human beings, and allow for a peaceful coexistence to create a good society. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohan. Now we have the last panelist, unless Mr. Syriac brings in more people. Mr. James Joseph.
Good afternoon, friends. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address this gathering. My name is James Jose. I am from the 89-92 batch of BA Economics. I am an entrepreneur based in Cochin. I am from the manufacturing side, running industrial ventures, in gold refining, gold hallmarking, and quality-related products activities. I am not into jewelry manufacturing. I would like to touch upon the manufacturing side or the manufacturing prowess of Kerala in terms of quality standards and quality upgradations. First, I would like to touch upon the particular growth or the sustainability of the gold industry. As all of us know, 30 years back, the price of gold per gram was 300 rupees per gram. Now it has gone up to 10,000 rupees per gram. Even after 30 years, the demand in India or the annual import in India continues to be 750 tons. What exactly is the reason for the continued steady demand for gold even when the prices have skyrocketed? That is because of the quality parameters the industry has adopted. Also because of these quality standards, the profile of the demand itself has undergone rapid changes. 30 years back, 80% of the demand for gold was from jewelry segment, and maybe 10% from investment demand, and 5% from central bank purchases, and 5% from industrial activities. But over a period of 30 years, the demand or the consumption pattern of gold has undergone a rapid change. Presently, hardly 40% of the demand is from jewelry trade. 25% of the demand is from investment purposes like ETF and bars and coins. And another 25% of the demand is coming from central bank purchases for the reserves. And the industrial demand for industrial purposes has gone up to 10%. So the profile of the demand has undergone a rapid change because this in particular industry has been modernized or standardized with quality certification and standardized products. One example I can give you for the layman. Earlier, 30 years back, when you take a 22-carat jewelry to a shop, the jeweler if you go to the same shop, you will get the same money. But if you go to another shop, he will say, okay, you purchased it as 22 carat, but actually this is only 20 carat. So I can give you money for only 20 carat. That was the scenario 30 years back. But now, if you buy a hallmark jewelry, you go to a shop and sell it back, you will get the same day price because it is certified by the government of India. And if you look at just like every currency note, there is an HUID number, unique number, that gives you full traceability for the jewelry. You log into the BAS website, you give that number into the Verify HUID app, and that particular app will give you all the details, the birth certificate of the jewelry, where it is coming from, what is the purity, and all these things. So the industry has gradually or consistently improved their quality standards, and that is one reason why the Kerala jewelers have spread all over the world. If you look at the corporate jewelers in India, it all started from Kerala, like the Malabar Gold, the Kalyan, the Joy Alucas, the Bhima, all the corporate major jewelers in India, and now they are spreading across the world, are from India, are from Kerala. And if you look at the gold loan agencies like Muthoot, there are 3 Muthoots. And Muthoots have, in fact, they have got more branches than State Bank of India. The Muthoots, the Manappuram Finance, all these gold loan agencies, they have started from Kerala. And they have spread and they are industry leaders in India. So they are all comfortable working on a quality platform. So what I am saying is the Kerala industrialists or Kerala entrepreneurs, they are very comfortable in adapting, and the public also are very, very, very knowledgeable about the quality standards. So this quality platform has given a very big boost to the gold industry over the 30 years. That is the reason why even after 30 years, we are continuing to import 750 tons of gold per annum, despite so many ups and downs. Earlier, the prices were largely dependent on the jewelry demand. Now, jewelry demand, whether it is coming down or it's going up, it is not impacting the prices. Even the geopolitical factors are not impacting the prices to that extent. It is really the central bank demand, the central bank purchases and the investment demand that is keeping the gold industry at a steady level. That's all what I have to say about it. And if you ask me about the challenges for the industry is the change in the demographic pattern of Kerala especially. We have the history from China. 10 years back, China was the largest consumer of gold. They were consuming 1,000 tons per annum. But now, China's consumption has come down to 400 tons because of the demographic change. This older population, the birth rate has come down. There are no more marriages, very few marriages. There are very few childbirths in China. So the consumption pattern has come down from 1,000 tons 10 years back to 400 tons. The same pattern is happening also, it's getting repeated in Kerala also. That is one challenge for the industry. But then, what is the silver lining? The silver lining is that the online sales are going up around 10 to 15 to 20% of the total sales in India, especially in Kerala. Corporate jewelers are now coming from online sales. So if you are sitting in Kerala, you can do online sales, e-commerce all over India. That is another positive aspect of this business because the value is always going up. It's an aspirational product. And with these words, I would like to conclude my words. Thank you.
Thank you, James Joseph. Now we have come to the panel discussion, end of panel discussion. And we are not taking any questions because we don't have time. We have reached our 1:45 time exactly. So that is the time given by Mr. Syriac. Now, I should personally thank the Amicos organization for arranging the 75th Jubilee in a very grand manner. So I don't mention any name, but the President, the Vice President, the Secretary, they are all deserve our appreciation and congratulations. Also, especially I mention the name of Ebi George, convener, and Syriac, who graciously invited me to be the chairman of this panel. And I wish all the participants from all across the world for Amicos, our alma mater. I understand that there have been about 2,500 registrations from all over the world for this. Of course, in the other, maybe the valedictory meeting, there will be more participation. But it's a big number for people to come all over the world for this gathering of the old students' Amicos meeting. I also thank His Beatitude Morana Basilios Clemens Cardinal for allowing this hall to be used by Amicos and for all the facilities that the management has given. I especially thank the panelists today for wonderful presentation for both the subjects. Of course, there was a little bit confusion since the sessions are combined, but we could gather quite a bit of information on both the subjects. Thank you very much, and especially thank Mr. Syriac for arranging this. Thank you.
Check. So the session comes to an end, and thank you very much to our esteemed moderator for this session, Mr. John Mathai IAS, former Chief Secretary, for leading the discussion with such clarity and insight. We also extend our sincere gratitude to all our distinguished speakers for sharing their valuable insights, experiences, and perspectives. To show heartfelt appreciation and gratitude, we would like to present a small token of love to each one of you. May I invite the convener of Business Summit, Mr. Syriac Joseph, to share the details.
I request Mr. Gigi Thompson, IAS, former Chief Secretary of Kerala, to kindly come on stage and hand over the mementos.
Thompson IAS, former Chief Secretary, to deliver the valedictory address. Dr. Gigi Thompson's remarkable career in public service and his enduring commitment to development and governance make him a fitting voice to conclude today's deliberations. I humbly invite Dr. Gigi Thompson to deliver the valedictory address. Sir, please.
പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട സ്നേഹിതരെ, ഉണ്ണാനുള്ള സമയമായി. ഇനി എന്ത് പ്രസംഗം? പ്രത്യേകിച്ചും കഴിഞ്ഞ 1-2 മണിക്കൂറിനിടയിൽ നമ്മൾ കേട്ട വിഷയങ്ങൾ ഗ്ലോബലൈസേഷൻ, ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ്, ഗ്രീൻ എക്കോണമി, ബ്ലൂ എക്കോണമി, പിന്നെ സസ്റ്റൈനബിലിറ്റി തുടങ്ങിയ കടിച്ചാൽ പൊട്ടാത്ത വിഷയങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ച് വളരെ പ്രൗഢഗംഭീരമായ അവതരണങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ കേട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഞാൻ ചുറ്റും നോക്കുകയായിരുന്നു. എല്ലാവരുടെയും മാംസപേശികളൊക്കെ ഇങ്ങനെ വലിഞ്ഞു മുറുകിയിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇനിയും അത് കൂട്ടാൻ എനിക്ക് ഉദ്ദേശമില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ പറയട്ടെ, അവശേഷിക്കുന്ന ഏതാനും മിനിറ്റുകൾ മാത്രമേ ഞാൻ എടുക്കുകയുള്ളൂ. ദീർഘമായ ഒരു പ്രഭാഷണത്തിന് ഞാൻ മുതിരുകയില്ല എന്ന് ആദ്യമേ ഉറപ്പ് നൽകുന്നു. ഞാൻ 1971 മാറിവേനസ് കോളേജിൽ പഠിച്ചത്. ഒരു പ്രീ ഡിഗ്രി വിദ്യാർത്ഥിയായിട്ട് ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ വന്നു. 2 വർഷം ഇവിടെ പഠിച്ചു. കോളേജിൽ എത്തിയപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ ആഗ്രഹം ഒരു IAS ഓഫീസർ ആകണമെന്നായിരുന്നില്ല. ഒരു മുഴുനീള രാഷ്ട്രീയക്കാരനാകണമെന്ന ആഗ്രഹത്തോടെയാണ് ഈ സ്റ്റെപ്പുകളൊക്കെ ഞാൻ കയറിയത്. പക്ഷേ അത് ഇവിടെ വെച്ച് തന്നെ അത് അവസാനിപ്പിച്ചു. അതിൻ്റെ കാരണങ്ങളൊന്നും ഞാൻ വിശദീകരിക്കുന്നില്ല. ഇതിനോടകം തന്നെ 1-2 പ്രസിദ്ധീകരണങ്ങളിൽ ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ അനുഭവങ്ങൾ എഴുതിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാനത് പറയുന്നില്ല. 71 ഇവിടെ പഠിപ്പിച്ചൊരു പ്രൊഫസർ 10 വർഷം കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് മാറിവേനസ് കോളേജിൽ വന്നു. അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ പേര് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നില്ല. അദ്ദേഹം വന്നു. അദ്ദേഹം ഇവിടെ നമ്മുടെ നാലാഞ്ചിറ അവിടെ സ്റ്റെപ്സിൻ്റെ അവിടെ വന്ന് ഇറങ്ങി. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് അദ്ദേഹം സ്റ്റെപ്സിൽ കയറാൻ തുടങ്ങി. അദ്ദേഹം നോക്കി. അപ്പോൾ അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞു, ദ സെയിം ഓൾഡ് സ്റ്റെപ്സ്. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് അദ്ദേഹം കോളേജിൻ്റെ കവാടത്തിലെത്തി. ചുറ്റും നോക്കി. പഴയ കോളേജ്, വലിയ വ്യത്യാസമൊന്നുമില്ല. ദ സെയിം ഓൾഡ് കോളേജ്, ഹി സെഡ്. പിന്നെ അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട ലൈബ്രറിയിൽ പോയി. അവിടെ ചെന്ന് നോക്കി. വലിയ മാറ്റങ്ങളൊന്നും കണ്ടില്ല. അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞു, ദ സെയിം ഓൾഡ് ലൈബ്രറി. പിന്നെ അദ്ദേഹം ക്യാൻറ്റീനിലേക്ക് പോയി. അവിടെയും വലിയ വ്യത്യാസമൊന്നും കണ്ടില്ല. അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞു, ദ സെയിം ഓൾഡ് ക്യാൻറ്റീൻ. പിന്നെ അദ്ദേഹം പ്രഭാഷണങ്ങൾ ലെക്ചർ ചെയ്ത അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ ക്ലാസ് റൂമിൽ സന്ദർശിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ ക്ലാസ് റൂമിൽ ലെക്ചർ ഹാളിലൊക്കെ ചെന്ന് അദ്ദേഹം ചുറ്റും നോക്കി. വലിയ വ്യത്യാസങ്ങളൊന്നും വന്നിട്ടില്ല. അദ്ദേഹം ഇങ്ങനെ പോഡിയത്തിൽ നിന്ന് സംസാരിക്കുന്ന പ്രകൃതക്കാരനല്ലായിരുന്നു പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്ന അവസരത്തിൽ. ഇടയ്ക്കൊക്കെ ഇറങ്ങി കുട്ടികളുടെ ഇടയിലോട്ടൊക്കെ ചെല്ലും. അദ്ദേഹം തൻ്റെ ക്ലാസ് റൂമിൽ തൻ്റെ പഴയ കുട്ടികളൊക്കെ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത് സ്വപ്നം കണ്ടു, ഭാവനയിൽ കണ്ടു. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് അദ്ദേഹം അങ്ങോട്ട് ഇറങ്ങി. അവിടെ ആരും ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. അങ്ങോട്ട് ഇറങ്ങി ചെന്നപ്പോൾ പെട്ടെന്ന് ഒരു ശബ്ദം കേട്ടു. നോക്കിയപ്പോൾ ഡെസ്കിൻ്റെ പുറകിൽ ഒരു ആൺകുട്ടിയും പെൺകുട്ടിയും പ്രേമബദ്ധരായി ഇരിക്കുന്നു. അവർ ആലിംഗനം ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. അത് കണ്ട പ്രൊഫസർക്ക് ദേഷ്യം വന്നു. അദ്ദേഹം ആൺകുട്ടിയോട് ചോദിച്ചു, ഹൂ ഈസ് ദിസ് എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ അവൻ പറഞ്ഞു, സർ, ദിസ് ഈസ് മൈ കസിൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ പ്രൊഫസർ പറഞ്ഞു, ദ സെയിം ഓൾഡ് ആൻസർ. വലിയ വ്യത്യാസങ്ങളൊന്നും ഈ 71-81 വരെയുള്ള കാലയളവിൽ വലിയ വ്യത്യാസങ്ങളൊന്നും ഉണ്ടായിട്ടില്ല. പക്ഷേ ആ പ്രൊഫസർ ഇന്നാണ് മാറിവേനസ് കോളേജിൽ വരുന്നതെങ്കിൽ തീർച്ചയായും അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ അഭിപ്രായം മാറ്റേണ്ടി വരും. കാരണം ഈ വിദ്യാനഗർ കണ്ടാൽ തന്നെ മനസ്സിലാകും എന്തെല്ലാം മാറ്റങ്ങളാണ് ഇവിടെ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. വാസ്തവത്തിൽ ഇത് എത്രയും വേഗം ഒരു സ്വകാര്യ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയായി മാറേണ്ട കാലം അതിക്രമിച്ചിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അതാണ് ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടാവേണ്ടത്. ഈ 75 വർഷം പിന്നിടുമ്പോൾ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിന് ചെയ്യാവുന്നവർക്ക് അങ്ങനെ സ്വമേധയാ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമോ എന്ന് എനിക്കറിയില്ല. പക്ഷേ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഏറ്റവും നല്ല കാര്യം ഈ കോളേജ് ഒരു യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയായി, മാറിവേനസ് യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയായി മാറുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ ഇന്ന് ഞാനിവിടെ സംസാരിക്കാനായിട്ട് ഉദ്ദേശിച്ച കാര്യങ്ങളൊന്നും തന്നെ പറയാൻ എനിക്ക് സമയമില്ല. പക്ഷേ ഞാനിവിടെ ശ്രദ്ധയോടെ കേട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ ഏറ്റവും അവസാനം സംസാരിച്ച രണ്ട് പേരിൽ ഒരാൾ രാഹുൽ മോഹൻ ഇവിടെ സംസാരിച്ചപ്പോൾ അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രസൻറ്റേഷൻ്റെ അവസാനം അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞു, നമ്മൾ പ്രൊഫഷണലൈസ് ചെയ്യണം എല്ലാ കാര്യങ്ങളിലും. നമ്മൾ പ്രൊഫഷണലൈസ് ചെയ്താൽ മാത്രം പോരാ, വേൾഡ് ക്വാളിറ്റി ഉണ്ടാകണം. പിന്നെ ഏറ്റവും അവസാനം പറഞ്ഞു, ഹ്യൂമൻ വാല്യൂസ് നമ്മളുടെ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ കാണിക്കണം. ഇവിടെ പറഞ്ഞ ഒരുപാട് നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങൾ എല്ലാം വളരെ വളരെ പ്രസക്തമായ കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. ഇതൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ ആലോചിച്ച് നോക്കുക. ഇതൊക്കെ നമ്മളുടെ ഈ രാജ്യത്ത്, നമ്മുടെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ രംഗത്ത് ഇതൊക്കെ മാറാൻ ഇനി എത്ര കാലം കാത്തിരിക്കേണ്ടി വരും? ഞാൻ ഈ അടുത്ത കാലത്ത് തൃശ്ശൂരിലൊരു കോളേജിൽ ഒരു വിശിഷ്ടാതിഥിയായി പ്രസംഗിക്കാനായി പോയി. അവിടെ 10 മണിക്കാണ് ഇനാഗുറൽ ചടങ്ങ് വെച്ചിരുന്നത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ തലേദിവസം തന്നെ അവിടെ പോയി താമസിച്ച് കൃത്യം ഒരു 9:45 തന്നെ ആ പരിപാടി നടക്കുന്ന ഹാളിൻ്റെ അവിടെ എത്തി. അവിടുത്തെ ഗേറ്റ് അടച്ചിട്ടിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് സംശയം, വഴി തെറ്റിയതാണോ? കാരണം 15 മിനിറ്റും കൂടിയേ ഉള്ളൂ പരിപാടി തുടങ്ങാൻ, ആരെയും കാണുന്നില്ല, ഗേറ്റ് പൂട്ടിയിട്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഞാൻ അവിടെ നിന്ന് കാവൽക്കാരനോട് ചോദിച്ചു, ഇത് തന്നെയല്ലേ ഈ കോളേജ്? പറഞ്ഞു, അതെ ഇത് തന്നെയാണ് കോളേജ്. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു, ഇന്ന് ഇവിടെ ഒരു ഇനാഗുറേഷൻ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ. അപ്പോൾ അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞു, ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത് 10 മണിക്കാണല്ലോ. പറഞ്ഞു, ഇവിടെ 10 മണി എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു 11-11:30 ആവാതൊന്നും സാർ ഇവിടെ ആരും വരില്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ അദ്ദേഹം സംസാരിച്ചപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചു, അദ്ദേഹം ഒരു കാവൽക്കാരൻ ആയി എനിക്ക് തോന്നിയില്ല. കാരണം കാണാൻ നല്ല സുമുഖൻ, പിന്നെ പോരെങ്കിൽ ഷർട്ടിൻ്റെ ബട്ടൺസ് ഒക്കെ അഴിച്ചിട്ട് ഒരു കയറ് പിരിയൻ കുരിശുമാല പുറത്ത് കാണിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. പിന്നെ നല്ല വില കൂടിയ ഒരു വാച്ച് കെട്ടിയിരിക്കുന്നു. ആ കൂടി ഒരു പന്തികേടുള്ളതുപോലെ എനിക്ക് തോന്നി. അപ്പം ഞാൻ അദ്ദേഹത്തോട് ചോദിച്ചു, ഇന്നത്തെ മീറ്റിങ്ങിൽ മുഖ്യാതിഥിയായിട്ട് വരുന്ന ആളാണ് ഞാൻ, ഇവിടെ എവിടെയെങ്കിലും ഒന്ന് വിശ്രമിക്കാൻ സ്ഥലമുണ്ടോ? അപ്പം വെൽക്കം സർ, പ്ലീസ് കം സർ എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ് ഗേറ്റൊക്കെ തുറന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ചോദിച്ചു, നിങ്ങൾ എന്തോരം പഠിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്? അപ്പം ഞാൻ ഇവിടുത്തെ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജിലെ ഫസ്റ്റ് ബാച്ച് പ്രോഡക്റ്റാണ് സാർ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജിലെ ഫസ്റ്റ് ബാച്ച് പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് നിങ്ങൾ എന്തിനാണ് ഈ കാവൽക്കാരൻ്റെ പണി എടുക്കുന്നത്? അപ്പം അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞു, അതിപ്പോൾ ഞാനിപ്പോൾ പഠിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞെങ്കിലും ജോലി കിട്ടണ്ടേ സാർ, ആരെങ്കിലും ജോലി തരണ്ടേ? ആരും ജോലിയൊന്നും തരുന്നില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ചു എൻ്റെ വീടിൻ്റെ മുമ്പിൽ തന്നെ ഇവിടെ ഒരു വേക്കൻസി ഉണ്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു, എന്നാൽ പിന്നെ അതങ്ങ് ചെയ്തേക്കാം എന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചു. അങ്ങനെ ഞാനിവിടെ വന്നു. ഒരു വർഷം ഇന്ത്യയിൽ 1.5 മില്യൺ എൻജിനീയേഴ്സിനെയാണ് നമ്മൾ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്നത്. 1.5 മില്യൺ. അമേരിക്കയിലില്ല ഇത്രയും. ഈ 1.5 മില്യൺ എൻജിനീയേഴ്സിൽ എത്ര പേർക്കാണ് ജോലി കിട്ടുന്നത്? 80% പോലും അൺഎംപ്ലോയബിളാണ്. അവർ ചെയ്യുന്ന ജോലി എന്താണ്, അവരുടെ മേഖലയിൽ അവർക്ക് ജോലി ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിക്കുന്നില്ല. പ്രൊഫഷണലൈസ് ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് ഇവിടെ പറഞ്ഞതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ പറയുകയാണ്. എങ്ങനെയാണ് നമ്മൾ പ്രൊഫഷണലൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്? എത്ര ദൂരം നമ്മൾ സഞ്ചരിക്കണം? നമ്മുടെ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റികൾ നോക്കുക. ലോകത്തിലെ നിലവാരമൊന്നും നമ്മൾ നോക്കണ്ട. ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ഏറ്റവും മികച്ച 20 യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റികൾ കേരളത്തിലെ ഒരൊറ്റ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി പോലും ഇല്ല. അടുത്ത് നിൽക്കുന്നത് 21ാം സ്ഥാനത്ത് നിൽക്കുന്ന കേരള യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയാണ്. 27ാം സ്ഥാനം കൊച്ചിൻ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിക്കാണ്. 39ാം സ്ഥാനം MG യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിക്കാണ്. 89ാം സ്ഥാനം കണ്ണൂർ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിക്ക്. ഈ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റികളുടെ സ്ഥിതി നോക്കുക. 13 യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റികളിൽ 12ലും വൈസ് ചാൻസലർമാരില്ല. ഒരു യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിൽ വൈസ് ചാൻസലറുണ്ട്, പക്ഷേ അവിടെ വൈസ് ചാൻസലറും രജിസ്ട്രാറും കൂടെ കളരിപ്പയറ്റ് നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഈ മുജ്ജന്മ പാപം ചെയ്തവർക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന ഒരു തൊഴിലാണ് ഈ വൈസ് ചാൻസലർ ഉദ്യോഗം എന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നുണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ടാവണം ആരും വരാത്തത്. ഇനി 66 ഗവൺമെൻറ് കോളേജുകൾ, 56 പ്രിൻസിപ്പൽമാരില്ല. എയ്ഡഡ് കോളേജിൻ്റെ കാര്യം പറയുകയും വേണ്ട. ഈ കോളേജിൽ ഇവിടെയൊക്കെ നടക്കുന്ന ക്വാളിറ്റി എന്താണ്? നമ്മുടെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിൻ്റെ ക്വാളിറ്റി എന്താണ്? ഇത്രമാത്രം അധപ്പതിച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരവസരം ഇതിനു മുമ്പ് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടില്ല. നമ്മൾ പറയുന്ന ഈ വലിയ മാറ്റങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഇവിടെ എല്ലാവരും എണ്ണി പറഞ്ഞു ഇങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ ചെയ്യണമെന്ന്. ഈ എല്ലാം ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ അതിന് വേണ്ടുന്ന ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഘടകമെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ രംഗമല്ലേ? നമ്മുടെ സ്കൂൾ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം, നമ്മുടെ കോളേജ് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം താറുമാറായിരിക്കുകയാണ്. എവിടെ നിന്ന് വേണമെങ്കിലും എനിക്ക് പറയാൻ ഒരു മടിയുമില്ല. ഇത് ആരോഗ്യരംഗവും വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ രംഗവും ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ഏറ്റവും മികച്ച രണ്ട് കൺസേൺസ് രണ്ട് സെക്ടേഴ്സാണെന്ന് നമ്മൾ അഭിമാനപൂർവ്വം പറയാറുണ്ട്. ഈ രണ്ട് രംഗത്തിലും ഇന്ന് വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന അപജയങ്ങൾ നമുക്ക് വിശ്വസിക്കാൻ പറ്റാത്തതാണ്. നിങ്ങൾ പോയി നോക്കൂ, സ്കൂളിൽ 5ാം തരത്തിൽ പഠിക്കുന്ന കുട്ടിക്ക് എഴുതാനും വായിക്കാനും അറിഞ്ഞുകൂടാ. ഒരു 8ാം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ പഠിക്കുന്ന കുട്ടിയോട് പ്രസിഡന്റ് മുർമുവിൻ്റെ ചിത്രം കാണിച്ചിട്ട് ഇത് ആരാണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ അയാൾ കൈമലർത്തും. അത്രമാത്രം അധപ്പതിച്ചിരിക്കുകയാണ് നമ്മുടെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ രംഗം. ഞാനിത് പറയാനുള്ള കാരണം, ഞാൻ ഈ കേരളത്തിലെ ഒരുപാട് സ്കൂളുകളിൽ പോകുന്ന ആളാണ്. പ്രത്യേകിച്ചും റിട്ടയർമെൻറ്റിന് ശേഷം എനിക്ക് ധാരാളം ക്ഷണങ്ങൾ കിട്ടാറുണ്ട്. അതൊക്കെ പോകുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ കാണുന്നുണ്ട്, ഒരു ക്ലാസ് നമ്മളൊരു 45 മിനിറ്റ് ക്ലാസ് എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞ് ആർക്കെങ്കിലും സംശയമുണ്ടോ എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ ഒരു കുട്ടി പോലും എഴുന്നേറ്റൊരു സംശയം ചോദിക്കില്ല. ഇംഗ്ലീഷിൽ വേണ്ട, മലയാളത്തിൽ പറഞ്ഞാൽ മതി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ചിലപ്പോൾ അവിടെ പിന്നിൽ നിന്നും ഒരു പെൺകുട്ടി എഴുന്നേറ്റ് നിന്ന് എന്തെങ്കിലും ചോദിച്ചാലായി. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ എന്ത് പറഞ്ഞാലും വെട്ടി വിഴുങ്ങുന്ന നമ്മൾ ക്രിട്ടിക്കൽ തിങ്കിങ് എന്നുള്ളതില്ല. നമ്മളിപ്പോഴും നമ്മുടെ സ്കൂളുകളിലും കോളേജുകളിലുമുള്ള പഠന രീതികൾ നോക്കുക. ഇനി ഇതെല്ലാം തകരാറിലാകുന്ന ഏറ്റവും വലിയ പ്രശ്നം എന്താണെന്നറിയാമോ? ഇവിടെ നമ്മൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യം, നമ്മളുടെ R&D റിസർച്ച് ആൻഡ് ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റിന് നമ്മുടെ GDP 0.7% മാത്രമേ നമ്മൾ ചെലവഴിക്കുന്നുള്ളൂ. വെറും 0.7%. അത് ചൈനയിൽ 2.4% ആണ്, ജർമ്മനിയിൽ 3.1% ആണ്, സൗത്ത് കൊറിയയിൽ 4.8% ആണ്, അമേരിക്കയിൽ അത് 3.5% ആണ്. നമ്മളുടെ റിസർച്ച് ആൻഡ് ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് വികസിക്കാതെ എന്ത് മാറ്റമാണ് നമ്മൾ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ പോകുന്നത്? നമ്മുടെ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റികളിൽ നടക്കുന്ന റിസർച്ചിനെ കുറിച്ച് നിങ്ങളൊന്ന് അന്വേഷിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടോ? എന്തൊക്കെ വിഷയത്തെക്കുറിച്ചാണ് അവിടെ അന്വേഷിക്കുന്നത്? ഞാൻ ബർമിംഗ്ഹാം യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിൽ ഒരു വർഷം പഠിക്കാൻ പോയിരുന്നു. അതിനുശേഷം ഞാൻ അടുത്ത കാലത്ത് ബർമിംഗ്ഹാം വീണ്ടും സന്ദർശിച്ചപ്പോൾ വലിയ മാറ്റങ്ങൾ സംഭവിക്കുന്നു. അവിടെ റിസർച്ച് ചെയ്യുന്നവർ ഉച്ചവരെ മാത്രമേ അവരുടെ ലൈബ്രറിയിലോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവരുടെ ക്ലാസ്സിലോ ഇരിക്കാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവർ റിസർച്ച് ചെയ്യുന്ന വിഷയം അവരവിടെ പ്രാക്ടിക്കലായിട്ട് അത് എങ്ങനെ അത് ഉപയോഗിക്കാൻ സാധിക്കുന്നു എന്ന് അവർ കാണിച്ചു കൊടുക്കണം. അതിനവർക്ക് അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഇൻ്റർലിങ്ക് അവിടെ ഉണ്ടാക്കി വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇവിടെ ഇപ്പോഴും നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന വിഷയങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ച് അന്വേഷിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ പറയാൻ തുടങ്ങി ഒരുപാട് സമയം പോകും, അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നില്ല. വിഷയങ്ങളെ എന്നൊക്കെ നോക്കണം. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ ഒന്ന് റിസർച്ച് ആൻഡ് ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് ഏറ്റവും ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യമാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഓപ്പറേഷൻ സിന്ദൂർ കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ കണ്ടതല്ലേ, മോഡേൺ വാർഫെയർ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് എങ്ങനെയാണ്. ഇന്ന് ടാങ്കുകളും എന്താണ് വിമാനവാഹിനി കപ്പലുകളും ഒന്നും വേണ്ട. യുദ്ധം നടക്കുന്നതെല്ലാം ബാക്ക് ഓഫീസുകളിലാണ്. അവിടെ ഇരുന്ന് നമ്മൾ റിമോട്ട് കൺട്രോളിലാണ് നമ്മുടെ ഡ്രോൺസ് അയക്കുന്നത്. അവരാണ് അല്ലാതെ ഒരു വിമാനം പോലും അതിർത്തി ലംഘിച്ചു പോകുന്നില്ല. ഈ കഴിഞ്ഞ യുദ്ധത്തിൽ ഒരു ഇന്ത്യൻ വിമാനവും പാകിസ്ഥാൻ അതിർത്തി ലംഘിച്ചില്ല. അവരുടെ വിമാനം ഇങ്ങോട്ടും ലംഘിച്ചില്ല. ഇവിടെ നിന്നും ഒരു ടാങ്കും അങ്ങോട്ട് പോയില്ല, അവിടെ നിന്നും ഒരു ടാങ്ക് ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വന്നില്ല. ഒരു പട്ടാളക്കാരൻ പോലും ഈ അതിർത്തി കടന്നു പോയിട്ടില്ല. പിന്നെ എന്തായിരുന്നു യുദ്ധം? ഇതെല്ലാം വളരെ ഹൈ ടെക്നോളജിക്കൽ ഇന്നോവേഷനിൽ കൂടിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു യുദ്ധമായിരുന്നു. ഇനിയുള്ള യുദ്ധങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ ജയിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ ഇതേപോലെ നമ്മുടെ ടെക്നോളജിയിൽ നമ്മൾ മികവ് പുലർത്തിയേ പറ്റൂ, ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ എങ്ങും എത്തുകയില്ല. അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ആദ്യം വേണ്ടുന്നത് നിങ്ങളുടെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സമ്പ്രദായം മെച്ചപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണ്. ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ രീതിയിൽ പോയാൽ നമ്മൾ എങ്ങും എത്തുകയില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് വിവരമുള്ള കുട്ടികൾ എല്ലാം കേരളം വിട്ട് പുറത്തേക്ക് പോകുന്നത്. അവരാരും ഇവിടെ നിൽക്കാൻ ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നില്ല. ഇന്ന് എത്രയെത്ര കോളേജുകളാണ്, പ്രൈവറ്റ് കോളേജുകളാണ് വിൽക്കാനിട്ടിരിക്കുന്നത് അറിയാമോ? ആർട്സ് ആൻഡ് സയൻസ് കോളേജുകൾ കുട്ടികളില്ല. എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജിൽ ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കയറാൻ സീറ്റുകൾ വേക്കൻ്റായി കിടക്കുന്നു. ഇങ്ങനെയെല്ലാം ഉള്ള ഒരു അവസ്ഥ ഉണ്ടാകുമ്പോഴാണ് ഞാനിവിടെ രാഹുൽ പറഞ്ഞ കാര്യം ഞാൻ ഓർമ്മിക്കുന്നത്. നാം ഇവിടെ പ്രൊഫഷണലൈസ് ചെയ്യണം, നമ്മൾ വേൾഡ് ക്വാളിറ്റി ഉണ്ടാക്കണം, പിന്നെ ഇതിനോടൊപ്പം ഹ്യൂമൻ വാല്യൂസും വേണം. ഇവിടെ ഹ്യൂമൻ വാല്യൂസ് സ്കിൽസ് ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് UGC ഒരു പ്രോഗ്രാം ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. എന്താണെന്നറിയാമോ? ജീവൻ കൗശൽ 2.0 എന്നാണ് അതിൻ്റെ പേര്. നിങ്ങൾ കേരളത്തിലെ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റികളിലോ കോളേജുകളിലോ എടുത്ത് നോക്കൂ, എത്ര യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റികളിലാണ് ജീവൻ കൗശൽ നടപ്പിലാക്കുന്നത്? എന്താണ് ഹ്യൂമൻ സ്കിൽസ്, ലൈഫ് സ്കിൽസ് ഉണ്ടാക്കാനുള്ള പരിപാടിയാണ്. അതൊന്നും ചെയ്യാനുള്ള സമയമില്ല. സ്കൂളുകളിൽ ചെന്നാൽ ഇന്നത്തെ കാഴ്ച എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് അവർക്ക് ഇതിനൊന്നും, ഇപ്പം നമ്മളൊക്കെ പഠിച്ചിരുന്ന കാലത്തുള്ള രീതിയേ അല്ല ഇപ്പോഴ്. ഇപ്പം എല്ലാ വിഷയത്തിലും A+ വാങ്ങുന്ന കുട്ടികൾ, എല്ലാ വിഷയത്തിലും 100% 100 മാർക്കും മേടിക്കുന്ന 100 മാർക്കും വാങ്ങുന്ന കുട്ടികൾ, അതൊക്കെയാണ് നമ്മൾ കണ്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത് അല്ലേ? കണ്ടിട്ടില്ലേ കോളേജിൻ്റെ മുമ്പിൽ, സ്കൂളിൻ്റെ മുമ്പിലൊക്കെ വലിയ ഫ്ലെക്സ് ബോർഡുകൾ വെച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്? ഈ കുട്ടികളാണ് പിന്നെ ഇങ്ങനെയാണ് നമ്മുടെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം വരുന്നത് എങ്കിൽ പിന്നെ നാം ഈ പറയുന്ന വലിയ മാറ്റങ്ങൾ ഒന്നും ഉണ്ടാകാനുള്ള സാധ്യതകൾ വളരെ വളരെ വിരളമാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഞാൻ പറയുന്നു, നമ്മുടെ ഈ രംഗത്തൊരു വലിയ മാറ്റം ഉണ്ടാക്കാതെ നമുക്ക് നാം ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്ന, നാം ഭാവന കാണുന്ന ഈ വലിയ മാറ്റങ്ങളൊന്നും ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ പോകുന്നില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഏറ്റവും അടിയന്തരമായി വേണ്ടുന്നത് നമ്മുടെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സമ്പ്രദായത്തിൽ ഒന്ന് റീവിസിറ്റ് ചെയ്യുകയാണ്. അവിടെ വരുത്തേണ്ട കാതലായ മാറ്റങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ച് ഗൗരവമായി ചിന്തിക്കുകയാണ്. അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് വിമർശിക്കുമ്പോൾ ആരും നെറ്റിച്ചു വിളിക്കേണ്ട, ആരും പരിഭവം പറയേണ്ട. കാരണം ഇതിൽ മാറ്റം വരാതെ നമുക്കൊരു മുന്നേറ്റവും സാധ്യമല്ല എന്ന് മാത്രം ഓർമ്മിപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഇന്ന് അമിക്കോസ് നടത്തുന്ന ഈ വലിയ പരിപാടിയിൽ പ്രസംഗിക്കാൻ എന്നെ ക്ഷണിച്ചതിന് നന്ദി പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടും എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ ചുരുക്കട്ടെ.
I request John Mathaisa to kindly hand over the memento to Mr. Gigi Thompson as a token of appreciation and gratitude for his excellent valedictory speech. And Rahul Mohan, I think he was left out to handing over the memento. Rahul Mohan. Thank you.
Now, the joint convener of the Business Summit, Mr. Anthony Thomas, will deliver the vote of thanks.
In 1989, when my chairman, KPP Nambiyar, went to Stanford University along with the industries minister, they went to Stanford University in Silicon Valley. On the spot, they gave a call back to the chief ministers to get some land from Kerala University. And that is today the Technopark. So when we discussed about the global summit, this was one of the ideas we discussed with Jay Kumar. A huge university like this should have an innovation park, science park, all put together. And the other day we were felicitating Chris Gopalakrishnan, who happens to be my classmate in University College. He said the same thing. He said, colleges and universities like this should have a science park. Okay, now I don't want to take a long time saying vote of thanks. I'm making it very brief. We are so thankful to the speakers who came from all over, and some of my close friends like Lava and Thambi Koshi and Alexander and many of them, even without any pressure, even without any follow-up, they have taken this long journey to be with us today. And on behalf of Amicos, I extend to all of you a great thank you. And thank you is not enough, but thank you from the bottom of my heart. And also to all my friends and alumni and students and sponsors, a big thank you. Thank you. Please join us for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's now acknowledge a key contributor to today's vibrant celebration, our official event partner and production designer, Ardhachitra School of Arts, is led by its founder and director, Mr. Shyam Mohan MS, a passionate cultural visionary. Ardhachitra works actively across Kerala with schools, colleges, corporates, and government programs. They specialize in skill development, cultural event direction, and creative management, shaping artistic expression across institutions. Today's celebration is a reflection of their dedication and creative excellence. A heartfelt thanks to Ardhachitra and Mr. Shyam Mohan MS. As we draw this event to a close, I request everyone to kindly rise for National Anthem.
जनगण अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे